Pull it up on the back of ya. I did my own the color. My paper, you picture me. He ain't got money, he not the best. Won't you love me from the roof? I mean, you trust me and give me your love. So me, baby. So me, baby. I'm so
I want to see why I keep playing this back to back. All right, guys, let me see here. We're trying to do a sound check here. Let's check the quality of our sound. Yeah, the sound is it's kind of glitching up here. Let's see. Let me try this one here for a second. I'm trying to, the music seems to be playing here. So guys, if you're hearing me, just give me a thumb up over there on your side. If the sound. Let me see here. We're trying to do a sound check here. Let's check the quality of it. Oh, it looks like working. All right, let's see here. Let's try this one here. All right, guys, welcome to the Voice of Sinoe in the diaspora with Dark Side Porter Esoteric. We're going to make sure that before we start the show, I have a special guest on the platform today, but I'm trying to make sure my sound quality is good for your hearing here. So let's try this one here. We'll be right back.
One for the papi, I still shake for the papi. For the papi. Baby, eat on my money and jump in my reserve. Make up on flick la Bugatti you reserve. Scatter les posts for les beyond repair. Lève tes pas tout mal à mes mains, hard de chicleo. So get to me, sucker, man don't be acting like bluffer. You say you know say I tatter, fangirl the board and freak call you. but how you relate? We can be me getting freaky. My we feeling your pieces. Every day the Jude and freaky. Rock for big papa, hey hey. Wine for big papa, nana. Shaku shaku for big papa, yeah yeah yeah. Shake for big papa, that for big papa. Guara guara for big papa, yeah yeah yeah. Getcha we pay, baby you for play. See the way you slay, la leka na tuma can kill. Ja bene bene bembe bembe bembe. Ja bene bene bembe bembe bembe. Don't worry about the money, oh. We at all the money, oh. La minga le money, oh. La le money can make you sunny, oh. Shake, break, break, shake. Ma we feeling the head, rock it, shake it. Rock for big papa, hey hey. Wine for big papa, nana. Shaku shaku for big papa, yeah yeah yeah. Shake for big papa, that for big papa. Guara guara for big papa, yeah yeah yeah. Make it clap, you got me singing like hallelujah. Ma, don't stop, I want amen amen, yeah hallelujah. Sha sha shaku, I won't be a fool. I let man go lolo, go lolo. My you just do man do. She want me be spending on it, oh. Get down on it, oh. One up on it, oh. She know I got it, toto. Shake, break. Man, we feeling your head. Rock it, oh. Shake it, oh. Man, let my life be great, oh. Rock for big papa, hey hey. Wine for big papa, nana. Shaku shaku for big papa, yeah yeah yeah. Shake for big papa, that for big papa. Guara guara for big papa, yeah yeah yeah. Look at me, man, don't be a killer. You say you know say, one girl all the bottom. Rock for big papa, wine for big papa, nana. Shaku shaku for big papa, yeah yeah yeah. Shake for big papa, that for big papa. Guara guara for big papa, yeah yeah yeah. See I see.
All right, guys. Welcome to the Voice of Sinoe. We'll be right back with this one here. I'll be right back with you.
Daddy made it.
Baby, sexy and back, tuck it. Look at her front, tuck it. Look at her back, tuck it. Look at her side, slap her. When you see Buju, know that. Did you see Buju and holla? Did you see Buju and run away? Run. Baby, making some US. Whoa. That girl carry some US. Whoa. Wanna sexy, somewhere down. Sexy mama, yeah. Laga, leave it so. Look at her, look at her, back on the chest on the play, they play on the dance stand. And yeah, you okay with colors, and I will care with colors, you are respect, capital A, capital B. You are respect, my you in the money child. You carry 10, I'm 10. You are respect, 10, I'm 10. Now who can pop on now, baby? Let it try it now, baby. Now who won't compete now, baby? Let it try it now, baby. Look at her back. Look at her front, look at her waist, look at her hips, baby, from out of my someday she let go be in G, someday she let go be in dress, someday she let go be in red, white and blue, international beauty, international body, international baby, international business. They get too expensive, I'm more too Freddie Barron. You're a beat I sing. Too much.
J&B Records.
Then get the gun. Oh, no. Everything you're looking for, it's your boy Bex. Black Magie. Yeah. Oh, man. It's like you never know tomorrow. Oh, no. This girl, she no trouble. LIB girl. LIB, baby. You can be my lady. Come ride with me now. Baby girl, you ride me. Oh, man, take it easy like Sunday. Every day is a fun day. You give me love in the morning, girl, you love me in the evening.
When I'm with you, I feel like I can't lose control. So just hold on to me, baby, don't you let go.
Don't let go now. Hold on, baby, hold on. Don't let go. Hold on, my lady, hold on. Don't let go. You're my pen lover. Girl, you love me all day, love me all night. You're my pen rider. The way you hold me all day, hold me all night. You're my pen lover.
Baby, so mommy, check out your melody. Oh, yeah, Joe for me. Shall not tell nobody. Is it because of money? Nana is calling me, oh. She want to spend my rubber. Louis Vuitton, no Prada. Baby, slow down. Make you no go fall down. Baby, will you come now? She wanna make love to you. Is it because of money? Nana is calling me, oh. She want to spend my rubber. Louis Vuitton, no Prada. Baby,
hold on, baby, hold on. Don't let go. Hold on, my lady, hold on. Don't let go. You're my pen lover. Girl, you love me all day, love me all night. You're my pen rider. The way you hold me all day, hold me all night. You're my pen lover.
For you love. Girl, I fit to go a long time. I fight for your love. No matter what you do, you always be my boo. All I do is up for you. I travel the world back and forth for you. I done the grace for you lately. I done the grace for you. Think about you lately. I don't think about you, babe. Mandole, Cherry Coco, future wifey, woman of my dreams. Come on to me, hold on to me, my lover. Come on to me, hold on to me, my baby. When I'm with you, I feel like I can't lose control. So just hold on to me, baby, don't you let go.
Hold on, baby, hold on. Don't let go. Hold on, my lady, hold on. Don't let go. You're my love me all night. You're my pen rider. The way you hold me all day, hold me all night. You're my pen lover.
All right, Paulia, welcome back to the Voice of Sinoe.
Thank you.
Is my sound okay on your side?
Mm-hmm.
Is my sound okay?
Yeah.
All right, excellent. Okay, you get a feedback from my end here. I just want to make sure all is okay from my side. Here.
Okay.
All right, Paulia, welcome back to the Voice of Sinoe.
Thank you.
All right, good. All right, that's what I wanted to try here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Voice of Sinoe in the Diaspora with Portia Accra and Doc Saipo the Esoteric. Another beautiful day. We missed you guys yesterday. We were not here. By the way, my co-host, you look great.
Thank you. You too. You as well.
Thank you. You know, I'm a pretty boy now, so every time, I gotta do it, for the audience, including you, my guest. I'm excited today. Yes, my man backstage will have a huge intellectual from Sinoe County, and she was say the Republic of Liberia. Donald Richards is a bright young guy today. He's our special guest. But Portia, I had a little technical problem from the beginning, and that's why we are starting late. So let's just get straight into it, and so our guest will be brought on. All right, let's get to our banner here quickly. We'll do birthday shout. So our followers, again, welcome as usual. Welcome to the Voice of Sinoe. Please do us a favor. Just hit that share button so your friends can participate. If you're at home, you can also follow us on YouTube. I mean, you can see my co-host's beautiful face from your big screen. When you're at home, just go on YouTube, put Madison Freeman, and you will see the show that we are also live. And our guest will be here with you if you want to relax on your couch so you can listen to his knowledge. That's something you can also do. All right, so Portia, let's go into quickly our birthday greetings here so we can bring our special guest on here. But in the meantime, what's going on there? How's the other way?
It's good. The weather is nice out here. It's beautiful. So.
All right. So let me just show the image of my guest today before we start the birthday. People, this is the young guy we'll be talking to today. Donald Richards, right there for you. He's our special guest today from Sinoe County. But when he gets here, the people they have a parable. They said. The water from the man himself is better than the messenger. So the man will be here to introduce himself officially to us. All right, so you don't want to miss the show. The people of Sinoe County, you are not heard from this face or from the young guy before. So you have to log on so your friends can be part of the show. All right, that's Richard right there, our special guest today. Let's get to this greetings that I want to. Now my images are all over the place here, so let's see. So Portia, since you are on the platform, I will give you a preference, and I want to start with this boarding. I call him metrosexual. You know that combre?
That's my own little man. Yeah, he celebrates. He turns 11. On Thursday, so we are just grateful to God for keeping him, bringing him this far, and I'm just excited. Happy birthday! That's David Emmanuel Krat, and mommy wish you many more healthy years.
So,
did you get that?
No, I'm an image hunter. I hunt for all the images and pull them out.
That's cool. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So little man. Yeah, that's my little man. So my co-host, our little man there. So little man, what's his name again?
David,
happy belated birthday to you from the Voice of Sinoe, Doc Saipo the Esoteric, and your mommy will love you. This is another image for the little man too. When you're looking at the cake, Yeah.
He couldn't wait to get started.
Yes. All right. Let's get to not in particular order. A couple of people that I saw. Hopefully you know this African king right here. You know him?
I can't make their face up.
Okay, so that's the former president of the Graduate Association in the Americas, Pennsylvania chapter. That's Mr. Kyle Flan. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we like to do a shout out to Mr. Flan. We want to say happy belated birthday to you, and we wish you many more years. And he served, I think, 2 terms for the Graduate Association here.
Mm-hmm. I remember now. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a great guy. So you're also my friend on Facebook. Another person here, that's my cousin that I want to do a shout out to, and that's Moses Pine. Moses Pine also celebrated his birthday. He lives in Minnesota. And so, Moses, I want to take the time to say happy belated birthday to you. All right, that's another image of him right there. This next person here, Paulia, is I call her my mother as well. I literally lived to her when I was in Liberia. Yeah, so let me pull her image over here. Yeah, yeah, they call her Siri Zarzar. Yeah, she's a beautiful, a wonderful lady. Lived to her when I was in Liberia for several years, and her husband, who is now I think the city mayor for Vubade. And also, I like to, she also my two girls back home. She was the one I was depending on in Liberia. She was with them until they completed high school, and now they are in college. Also, NTC, I like to use this world platform, the Voice of Sinoe, with my co-host. We want to say a special birthday, happy birthday to you. I think it was yesterday or birthday, the 17th. And so I like to use the opportunity to say happy birthday to you. This is another image for her right here.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll call NTC Zarzar. All right, let's see. Maybe you will know this other person here. I got a couple of people today I want to do a shout out to. Please give me our guests. Please bear with us here. It's not a birthday. You know this guy, right? It's not a birthday, but his wedding anniversary. That's best man Judy and his wife. You know, they celebrated their wedding anniversary, and so I like to use the opportunity as well to say I don't know whether it's the 50th wedding anniversary or the 20th. I'm not too sure. But
okay. Now this picture I can make up. The other picture I couldn't.
Yeah, when you were younger, you know.
Oh, that's good. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations to all of you. You and your wife. We want to say keep it up. You guys are keeping the institution going, and that's pretty good. All right, so let me go to the next person here. Birthday greetings, guys. Give her a second before we bring our guest here. You know this young lady here?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Angeline Morris, happy birthday, sweetie. Happy belated birthday. I think she celebrated this past Monday or Tuesday or something like that.
Right. So that's Angeline. I think she got married as well. So her name is Angeline Weahier now.
Weahier. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
all right. Takes some time to catch up, you know.
Like you right now, I can say Paulia Fale. You know, I got to say Paulia Cry.
Well, you didn't know me as Paulia Fale, so it wouldn't be difficult for you to change.
All right. So Angeline is a staunch follower of Voice of Sinoe. She's a good supporter from even physically. She gives me compliment a whole lot when she sees me. So Angeline want to use this opportunity to say happy belated birthday to you. We wish you many more years. You know, next time you call me, invite me so we can broadcast the celebration.
Yeah, we all are invited to the party.
Yeah, for the fact that you left me out, I think there's an image from the program, you know, and her team over there. Yeah, special people that she invited. I'm a little bit upset she didn't invite me, but I will call her a slap on that. You know, she's been following the show for a long time, so I will have mercy on her today. But on a serious note, Angeline, happy birthday to you, or belated birthday to you, and we wish you many more years. All right, let's see who else I have here for us to do a shout out to. I think you know the other lady too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually celebrating her birthday. Beautiful, sexy, Wynee Massacre. Happy birthday, beautiful. And I know she enjoying it. I've been watching the posts, the videos and pictures. You're doing it, girl. Keep it going.
Yeah, the lady practically she took off Facebook, you know, today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I actually got a message from Mark Zuckerberg, you know, so she can start so people can start the people should start posting, you know.
Right.
All right, but honestly, Winnie, we want to say happy birthday to you. We wish you many, many more years. Everything else that life has to offer should be yours. I think I have somebody here. I don't want to skip this person. If I skip, don't do that. Yeah. So, guys, as you get as you log up, please share with us. Just hit the link. All right, this lady right here. She was the queen of the United Sapwood Association in Americas. She currently in Minnesota. I think the current queen,
Rebecca.
Rebecca Yanwale.
Like,
Yeah. There's I think Queen Diana Williams took over from her. You know, she took the tiara or whatever you call it, the crown from her. You know. yeah. So we would like to use the opportunity as a former queen, Yanwale, to say happy belated birthday to you, and we wish you many more. Now, this one that's coming here is a big one, Paulia. It's a big one. So
really,
yeah, I wish I could play the national anthem, but I don't have it ready. You know.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's a problem. But you know, if we can do it together, when I put a picture, we can sing it. You know, and say, "Oh, here, Liberia, here." All right.
Wow.
Yeah, this
is. You mess. yeah. That's our honorable president, Green Co Gidio. That celebrated his birthday this week, I believe. Happy birthday. And I just want to wish you many, many more healthy years.
All right. In addition to that, I'd like to also seize this opportunity to say a joyous belated birthday to the Honorable President, or should I say, His Excellency, the President of the United Sapwood Association in the Americas, Honorable G. Kodio. We want to say happy belated birthday to you. It is difficult, Paulia, to lead a smart group of people or enlightened group of people in the 21st century. You know, so it's not like President Gio finds himself in the same quandary as President or Dr. Weah. You know, they came on the same in the age of iPhone and Instagram and Facebook. You know, so where basically everyone is a journalist. You know, so you have yes. You know, so as a result, these guys they are on an intense critical analysis. You know, but Great Coach Gio is a great guy. You know, I worked with him for a couple of years. You know, but he's doing great. He just completed our beautiful Nurses Quarter in Sinoe County. I understand he made an official report the other day to the board of directors. So, Mr. President, we want to say congratulations for that beautiful work. It was tough from the beginning, you know. Remember, you didn't go to North Dakota; it was a fight, you know. Yeah, but you know he did it, and that's what leadership is all about. You don't get everything rosy, you know. It's challenge. Your ability to surmount certain things makes you a good leader. All right, so we want to say happy belated birthday to the Honorable President. I think these are the people I have for birthday shout out. That being said, we have had our guests backstage for a while, and also at this time I want to bring our guests. Let me take our honorable picture, president image from down there, please, so we can create more room. Let's see here. Where is that image? President Gio wants to stay on forever. He doesn't want to get down. All right. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the special honor at this point to bring my guest on the screen for you. Donna Richards is my special guest today, or it's our special guest. And Paulia, are you ready to greet your guest?
Sure.
All right, let me bring the young man here. Hey, Mr. Richard, you are live on the Voice of Sinoe. How are you today?
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Eric and Paulia. You are definitely beautiful, like Esoteric said earlier.
Thank you.
you guys for inviting me to my first show on Voice of Sinoe. Can't wait to espouse my political opinions, I guess, on your show. And I hope, it makes some relative change, even though I don't have a political background or whatever it is, but, I'm from Sinoe. I'm Donald Riches. I have a double master's in MSIT, Masters of Science in Information Technology, and also have a business degree, executive MBA as well. And I work within the Louisville area in networking, so it's nothing political, but I have a feel, for the improvement in of my country, Liberia. So when Exenteric extended the invitation to be a part of this show, I was thrilled, to come and share ideas with you guys as well, and also learn a few things.
Great. Well, welcome. It's nice to see you. You look fine yourself, so but it's nice to see bright minds of Sinoe, having a vision and the drive to want to do something. So yeah, I can't wait to hear them.
All right, so in addition to Mr. Richard, can you do me a favor here? You just told you had 3 degrees. Can you give him one, or you share some of the degrees with some of your friends? Yeah, that's pretty good, man. That's very, very impressive. That's impressive.
I just knew you were going to go there. I know you have a mind of your own. Yours is coming. I can see the doctor, behind that exenteric, just about the future. So we know there's something in the works. So it's coming.
All right. Thank you. I mean, the brothers in Sinoe, the one at least send one of those master order, master split it into 2 and divide some. I say, all right, that's a little bit. I just want to start with some humor over there.
They say you take that with you to your grave. So it's not something that you share. You can only help to enlighten, the society or whatever it is, and make things, at least meaningful for our people.
Great. All right, so I'm glad you did the introduction already. That was impressive. But what I want to do, Richie, so we can be on the same page, I like to just share the agenda with you of the audience, and so that we will be on the same page. The things that we'll be talking about today. So the first one here, we'll just start with some basic training issue here. Let me see. My device is acting up here. Yeah, maybe you have to give me some of your IT knowledge, man. All right, so why is it? Is it showing on you guys' side? For some reason, it's not showing on my end here.
I can see.
Yeah,
disadvantage. Yeah, I can.
Yeah, it's not showing from my angle. I don't know why.
You still not seeing it?
I can see it here.
Yeah, me too.
Advantages and disadvantages.
Up towards citizenship, yeah.
All right, good. All right, so I'm seeing it from my banner here, but that's fine. So thank you guys. You see it. So that's the first thing we want to be talking about. Good. And now it's showing up on my side. All right, so the next one here, Donna, that we'll be talking about is this one right here. So, Paula, you want to read that for us, please?
A look at the non-Negro descent clause in the Liberian Constitution.
Yeah, so I want Mr. Richards to talk about that for us. The next one here.
The impact of Weahism. Weahism, Pro-poorism on the Liberian people. You are too much.
Yeah. So we want to get the perspective of Mr. Richard on Weahism, on the Liberian people. That's something we're going to be talking about shortly.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, please. A delay from my angle.
Okay, the confirmation of Mr. Dee-Maxwell Kemayah as foreign minister in the wake of sexual harassment allegation from Ms. Wynee Cummings. Wow, that's
Okay.
interesting one.
Yeah, that's. I think you will have an opinion on that too, and that's one of the reasons why I put that on there. Okay. And the next one here.
We're going to Sino politics now.
Yeah, the politics of Sino. And so Daniel Riches and myself will flex muscle in that area productively and constructively. You know, we're not going to fight here. So under that, the politics of Sino, that's one thing we're going to be exploring from our politics of Sino, because that is affecting our people. That's one possible topic. Under that, also, I want to get an assessment of Mr. Rich's the performance of the lawmakers in the county and the local officials, and see what he thinks about those guys. Let's see here what else I have here. Sorry, it's a little lengthy agenda, but we'll go rapidly. We're not going to spend a lot of time on that. And so, Corey, can you read that next one for me?
It's the upcoming midterm congressional election.
Yeah, so our man will opine on that.
And the political position of Daniel Riches.
Yeah, I'm interested. I want to know where my brother stands on the politics in Liberia and Sino County as a whole. All right, so now we're going to start from the beginning here. Our first talking point here, which is the advantages and disadvantages of. All right, so Mr. Richard, from my interaction with you on the internet. I learned a lot from you, and so I just thought the Liberian Constitution, I guess you have read it, and so we have a clause in the Constitution, or as a matter of fact, it's also in connection with the non-Negro descent issue we'll be talking about earlier, before, after this point, but the argument is now trending in Liberia. I think it will be up for referendum pretty soon. So I just wanted to see what you think dual citizenship would be a good idea in Liberia, and why. So let's explore the advantages and disadvantages. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Esoteric, for that question. For me, I believe, a dual citizenship clause, which is, Article 28, is labeled. I think there's 3 referendums going on in Liberia come December. You see what I'm saying? Referendum number 1, or we should call proposal number 1, has to do with Article 28, which talk about, the dual citizenship clause or something like that. I think there's proposal number 2, which is referendum number 2, talk about the reduction, in tenure position for president, vice president, member of the legislature, which covers Article 46 all the way to Article 50. That's proposal number 2. That's coming up too, in the 3 referendums that they haven't coming up. And then, the last but not the least, is the issue of elections dates being changed. Article 83A and C. That's proposal 3. Good thing about referendums, is that the Senate and the House can dial back and be like, what, we don't have to make the decision all the time. We can refer it to the citizens, let them help us, make the decision here. In this case, they have. That's what referendum is for. You see what I'm saying? So, for me, the only thing I have, in concert with the Article 28, it says something about. Liberia natural born citizens, of Liberia can be, citizens, of other countries, but they cannot qualify to be in elected position. That's the play I did for a little bit. I don't know who wrote this referendum, but in this capacity, if you say, oh, I can vote, I can come back home, and do things or whatever it is, for my country. I can invest in my country. I can do this. or I cannot hold certain tenure positions or whatever, or certain important positions, that will help move my country forward, that's a problem. Even though I'm happy, but at the same time, I'm a little bit saddened.
But do you think? Maybe I didn't get it. But do you think dual citizenship is a good idea for Liberia?
I think dual citizenship is a good idea. It's a good policy. It's a good concept. But the way in which it's being constructed, it's not right. I think that whole referendum, which is proposal number 1, needs to be redrafted. It's something that struck the policy of fear again, like we'll talk about later on, moving forward. Moving forward, something, I think those people that crafted that policy that says, oh, you can become a citizen, we accept dual citizenship or whatever it is, but we cannot, accept that you become, that you get into an elected position, that's playing to fear. That's placating fear. If you want to get somebody, say for instance, our brother in Montana, let's just use that for example. Imagine him being a dual citizen in this country, but he cannot become, a mayor or something like that of Montana. That can be the issue. So in Liberia, we cannot say, oh, we want to go ahead. I think somebody is doing the policy that they're using is like taking a 3-inch knife or whatever and sticking it in somebody and pulling it out 3 inches and calling it progress. That's not progress. So the policy itself, the way in which it's written, it would not work for Liberia moving forward. And these are the same kind of fear tactics or whatever it is. People are afraid that when diaspora Liberians come back home, they're going to take the jobs. They're going to outcompete people and stuff like that. And that's the reason why that policy was written. And that needs to be redrafted or something like that, so we can get something better. Because in the future, I see another amendment down, another amendment to that policy down the line.
Palia, you have any follow-up question?
I think I understood what he's trying to say, that we should just dual citizenship. They should just have all rights instead of them limiting the rights of them. So, I share that same point too, anyways.
So there shouldn't be a restriction to it. It should just be open to everyone.
I think it should be open. I think whatever that has been drafted in there was based off of fear. Local Liberians against diaspora Liberians. That's how it looks like. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, instead of people looking at the benefits, that can come out of dual citizenship, they are looking at the fear that, oh, we are going to lose our positions here if we were to give them all rights, that most other countries do. Like, we are the only people in the region. Like, you go to Ghana, Nigeria, we are the only people in the region that's still battling over this dual citizenship thing. Other countries are already.
Richard, you use the word benefit. So what do we stand to gain if we have that? What would be the benefits? Or what would be some of the benefits?
Well, some of the benefits from dual citizenship, has to do with land ownership, for instance. I can invest in my country. You see what I'm saying? If you see Ghana, developing and moving forward, whatever it is, I will not have fear. For instance, if I were to buy, say a land, like, and I wanted to develop or whatever it is in that country, I will not be fearful that somebody is going to seize that land because I'm not a citizen of that country. You see what I'm saying? So these are the benefits that you get. You see, I can have voting privileges or voting rights, to make my voice heard or whatever it is within that country, to make, a better change or something like that. I can influence a bunch of local people there and tell them, say, look, this is what I've learned, in the diaspora or whatever, instead of, just electing poor and corrupt politicians all the time or whatever it is, we can make that kind of change like that. These are the different benefits that you can get, if you're a dual citizen, for a country.
Okay, let me just ask you a question. I'm just going to play a devil advocate. I do want the same thing you want, like for us to all, for there to be no restrictions, right? Especially when it comes to elected position. But what about appointed positions like ministers and other positions? So do you think it's going to be fair if a person from here comes to Liberia and maybe because the system there respect, quote unquote, or maybe your educational background from America is so highly respected, and then they always give people from here those positions, while people over there who went to their school down there is being left out. So I can see how they're thinking. Do you think that would be fair if that was happening constantly?
Well, you see, once you are giving position out, it should not be, pitted against, how much, let's say somebody come from Harvard University than supposed to somebody from LU. You see what I'm saying? It's not the standards that really matter. You see what I'm saying? That what matters is the merit. Is this person actually qualified for this position? Like we're talking about Kemayah, for instance. You see what I'm saying? He did not go to Harvard University. He went to the University of Liberia. You seen it? But this guy has worked within the system to a point that if somebody appoints him and say, look, we want this guy, in this position or whatever, there's nobody in Liberia going to question that. But if somebody, say for instance, a Jefferson Koje, and you give him a position, associated major, for instance, over somebody who is well advanced, educationally, out of the country from diaspora that can do an even far better job, than Jefferson Koje. You just play against this party line thing and say, oh, because he's partisan or whatever it is, I'm going to go ahead and give him that position. These are the things we're talking about, and this is the fear that people have. If you open it up like this, you create competition. You make people even back home become more competitive. In other words, they are going to go ahead and study harder so they can be able to compete with even diaspora Liberians when they come back home. And I agree. There are certain positions like the position of presidency, for instance. Of course, you're not going to become a president. You're not going to become a Supreme Court judge. These are positions that need to be held back. But ministers, ministers' position, these are positions that everybody, or appointed position where, not just some appointed position, but elected position where the citizen can decide that, oh, this Liberian is much qualified over this Liberian to help us out of our misery and our problem. Then it's something that should be left with the citizen. But now I can understand the politics that is being played by the Senate and the representatives. So we're going to put this through a referendum, so it cannot be on us. Let the citizen decide and say, we don't want our own brothers from the diaspora to bring about improvement into our lives and into our country. And that's what's happening right there.
All right, before we go ahead, are you guys having any issue with my sound here? One of the followers said there's distorted audio from the host. Are you guys having any issue hearing me?
No.
I can hear you.
All right, so our viewers, if you are having problem with hearing me, because I think you're saying Anthony Gates said that, and so if you're having similar issue, let me know so we can make the adjustment as soon as possible. Okay. So Gary will also put the number out there. If you want to contribute, we'll put the number out there shortly. Please stay tuned. All right. But Mr. Ritchie, given our country, I think I followed the discussion between you and my co-host. But do you think it's fair to the people on the ground? Because you're saying let's open it up. And if you look at Liberia, the opportunities, especially when it comes, there are a lot of areas, but let me narrow it down to education. The facilities, the opportunities that we have in the U.S. is not the same as the people in Liberia. So if you say, let open it and let there be competition, do you think it will be fair to the people on the ground? Whereas Dano has all the opportunity here to go to the best school in the world. And the little man in Sinoe or the little girl in Sinoe, she doesn't have the opportunity to go to any Ivy League school. But you are saying it's not fair to the people on the ground.
I think Mr. Esoteric already answered that question to your co-host Polly there. The thing is, it will still show merit and hard work. I will use Kemayah as an example, for instance. Kemayah went to LU. He did not go to some Ivy League school. But Kemayah is a very good example to show, like, oh, this guy can have summa cum laude, magna cum laude, or whatever it is in this area, and have his master's or whatever it is in development, and work through the system and become well recognized within the community or within Liberia. You cannot pit Kemayah against another educated Liberian that have a PhD or whatever it is from Harvard or Yale or whatever it is, and say, oh, Kemayah is subservient to that person. No, you will see that on the same level, Kemayah can easily compete with that person. It doesn't matter which school he went to, and that's what I'm saying. So the idea that, you know, oh, if we open it up, you know, for everybody to go ahead and participate, then it's going to be, you know, nitpicking, like, you know, they're going to pick, you know, the more educated people over the uneducated people. That idea is dead, because Kemayah, you know, debunked that idea from the start, and you can see that.
Yeah, but Richard, how many Kemayahs do we have that fit that picture? Because it's possible, yeah, we can have 1 or 2 persons or a few persons, but on average, I mean, proportionally, I don't think we'll have the same number. We'll have some Kemayahs in Liberia who very smart guys. There are people in Liberia that are very smart, you know. But if you look at it numerically, you think it will be equal?
I think it depends on who's doing the vetting, you know, of the different candidates or whatever it is that needs the position or something. As long as, you know, they are looking at it from a merit base and not just education, as long as they are looking at it from the work that the person is waiting to put through, I don't think it should be any problem, you know, relative to who gets elected and who, and you can have like an intricate balance where, you know, you have you say, oh, X amount of percentage or whatever, you know, of people can go into this category, and X amount of, you know, there are ways to frame it. You know, you can frame it in a way that, you know, it makes it to be balanced. But to say, oh no, because they are Liberians, you know, and they are educated abroad, we're just going to go ahead and stagnate them or keep them out of the process or something, it does not help our country whatsoever.
But okay, but yes, my other fear that I have. I think you. For some reason, I'm hearing feedback from one of the participants somewhere. So, all right. Yeah, I'm hearing like somebody talking at the back or something, or maybe something is on. Yeah, something is on or something.
No.
I think everything is turned off here for me.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Okay, yeah, it's my fear, Richard. You know the issue of corruption in the country. Corruption is prevalent, it's endemic in the country. But you have a country that has laws in the country, but they don't enforce the laws. So how do you deal with, for example, the issue of character flights? You know, money leaving the country. Because you don't have restriction in your country. So if you have dual citizens, you have people that are citizens of two countries. And let's say, for example, Dana is a citizen of the U.S. and he wants to be a citizen of Liberia. And given that the two countries are not on the same page, Dana, in terms of security and all of that, Dana wants to bring your money over to the U.S. to save it. We should be at the disadvantage of Liberia. I mean, if you look at the economy. So, isn't that a concern for you, and to have such dual citizenship for a country that doesn't have strong laws in place?
Well, capital flight is a major issue for most countries around the world. You know, people have to collect money and move forward, whatever, and move to different countries. We cannot, like I say again, you know, we cannot play to the politics of fear or whatever, or looking at, you know, the people like Cochrane or whatever it is, you know, grabbing X amount of money and boom, leaving the country. The reason as to why that is happening is because of better systems. You see what I'm saying? We have these policies of the book. Like we put the policy on book, but we don't implement these policies. And these are one of the reasons why. I think we'll talk later. It also has something to do with, like, you know, jurisprudence or whatever, or laws. You know, if you have these laws and policies or whatever that we put together, and say you link them up with your international partners or whatever, where people can get extradited and, you know, brought back to your country and put in jail, these things will stop. You cannot have, say, for instance, passport director, for instance, you know, leave, you know, and go to another country. You know, that country has to be like, no, we're not accepting you here before you come back. Then the law grab you again and say, okay, we're going to go ahead and punish you now. You see, these are the things that cause, you know, capital flight to occur. But if you have these strong policies, you know, and strong systems or whatever, and we are following them to the nitty gritty, then there will be no way whatsoever. It has nothing to do with dual citizenship. Dual citizenship does not take money out of the country. Dual citizenship does not do that. What does that is, the fact that the system is not strong. It needs to be ironed out and followed to the letter. That's the only time we need to forget this thing. Oh, somebody raped somebody, and you say, oh, we're going to talk it like family talk. That's where it starts from all the time. You see what I'm saying? There's no family talk in places like Africa, where I live. If you do something, you can be my brother, you're going to jail for 25 years. And that's it. And once you start implementing these policies, it doesn't matter who you appoint to elected position or appointed position, they're going to know that the system is going to get them, and they will not, engage in capital flight, like you are thinking.
Yeah, but the system is. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I totally agree with him. I think it's a system issue and not a dual citizen issue, because there are citizens of Liberia, some of them who are not citizens of the United States, who are able to transfer funds, maybe through their other relatives who are here in their name, in many other ways. They've been doing that, taking money out of Liberia and taking it out of other countries. So it's not just the people who are United States citizen and a Liberian citizen at the same time. So non-United States or non-foreign personnel that are in Liberia are also laundering money from out of Liberia. So it's a system issue. I agree.
Yeah, and that's exactly my fear. We don't have the system, but you guys are advocating a dual citizenship, which, until you have the system has to be in place before you can pay for this. But if you don't have the system and you want to put this in place, it will be at the advantage or disadvantage of the country. And that's my fear.
No, but what I'm saying is, even without dual citizenship, there are citizens of Liberia who don't even have dual citizenship for any other foreign country, and they're still taking money out of there. Yes, okay. They are. Mm-hmm.
All right, there's a question here from Milton Shibe. Milton is asking, how could you pay taxes to Liberia as a dual citizen living abroad?
Okay. Well, like I say again, I think it boils down to the issue of system again, Milton. The thing is, once you have let me give the example, like the reason why America works, is because they have strong systems in place, and they don't care whether or not, if you are from China and you are a U.S. citizen and have a business in China or whatever, they're going to collect taxes from you, Milton. You see, the thing is, if we have these same systems in place, if you create dual citizenship, and I'm a American, Liberian American, and also a Liberian. That means if I create business or whatever it is in the U.S. and I'm a citizen in Liberia, I still have to pay taxes on those business. Once that business affects Liberia, you see, and how can you do it is to create, a better system, that would track. Oh, Donald just opened a business, in Louisville, Kentucky, and that business is affecting Liberia and affecting America. So, in that capacity, we can be able to collect taxes that way through our LRA and stuff like that, and it will make our country better.
Oh, wow. Okay. You said there was no advantage to this current dual citizenship referendum, which called for Proposition 1. Any reply to that?
There are advantages, hang on, let me see real quick. There are advantages here. The only thing, I see here is the issue of the way in which it's being framed. There are voting rights, advantage here, property ownership advantage here. You can work in both countries, like you can work in Liberia, you can work in America, and these are the advantages. There are a bunch of opportunities, here. So you can open business in Liberia and open business in the U.S. You see what I'm saying? The only disadvantage here is double taxation. That's it. You might get taxed in Liberia and get taxed in America at the same time on those businesses if they affect both borders, and that's all it is. But there are clear advantages here. The only thing I don't like about it, like I said, is the fact that the move to the politics of fear that says oh, we cannot have our own brothers, to have elected positions. It was fine. Back in the days when people used to come to the U.S. or whatever and go back with the same degrees, with the same education, and met people in LU and Cottington and all these places or whatever, and they competed on the same level in the 60s, in the 70s. What makes it so different now?
If you ask me, it's a rhetorical question, but what makes it different right now? The system is broken.
It's backward.
You know? Yeah, that's the difference.
Then that means we have to fix the system then. But it doesn't mean you should put dual citizenship on the back burner because you're trying to fix the system. You see that? So it's something that can be worked on concurrently. It's about political will. It's about leadership. That causing caution. Like if you have a president that would speak on issue, it always stops. The buck stops here. It starts at the top. So if the top is rotten and the head of the fish is rotten, believe it or not, the whole body is going to be rotten. And that's what happened. Even though we were expecting and different leadership before him, to make the relative change or whatever to correct the system, it has not helped yet, and it's something that we need to work on. And like I said, it starts with the top. But when the top is mute on everything, then the whole system is going to fall apart, and that's what's happening.
All right, and follow on that token, we have a long list here to go through. So if you have follow-up.
The only thing I wanted to say is I don't think people should be penalized because they came abroad and they took advantage of some opportunities, because if you're a United States citizen, there's a lot of opportunities that you can explore versus if you're not. So I don't think we should be, anyone should be penalized and say you can't get towards citizenship. I just think that's unfair to us. And in Liberia, when people are asking about advantages, it is advantage. Like, when your people from here, better education, we know the system in Liberia is broken. But if Liberia is open to developing, they're going to need these diaspora Liberians to join in. They can't just do it all by themselves. So they shouldn't play into this fear about, people here, a lot of people living from here, building homes and different things back home. And if you give people the opportunity, they will carry more investment, do more, maybe schools, different things, teach people, invest into education. Professors living from here, nurses living from here. I'm going over there to
businesses,
open clinics and businesses. And it's going to help the system. So we shouldn't, and we are all the same people. So that's just my thing. That was my thought.
All right, good. Go ahead.
Not to cut you off, there's lots, how to call it, besides, elected and appointed positions or whatever. There are people who are interested in the private sectors, that are coming from diaspora, how to call it, Liberian or whatever, whether it be in Europe or in the US or every part of the world. So the talent, the vast pool of talent, that Liberia can tap into. If they get citizenship the right way, it's something that that needs to be asked. No way. People can say, "Oh, dual citizenship is going to hurt us," or the way in which they frame the dual citizenship, to say, "Oh, we don't want this talent, we don't want that level of education, we don't want that level of experience or whatever it is to come back home to affect change in our country." That's the wrong concept to have. That's the wrong policy, and that's something is wrong. It's something that needs to be changed.
There's a lot of feedback. I don't. Is that from your end?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dana, if you can wear your headphones, I think that would be great. Let's try that, please. All right, guys, bear with us, please. You'll be right there. Let's see.
All right, but now.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay?
It's better, yeah.
I'm also hearing like TV or something is on. I mean, for me, my place is quiet. But yeah, you got a
Wait,
TV
let me check.
also. Yeah, please do.
Oh. You want to push turn that down a little bit. Let's see if I can move.
So, Mr. Richard, any reaction to what Milton has on the screen there for us?
And see how that works.
Yeah, you want me to read that?
Yeah, please.
Let me move to this end. Oh, see, you got the other one on that side. Thank you.
Okay. I just put this down. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I think
do we still have feedback?
No, the feedback is from our end, not from your end. I think you're good. The feedback is from.
Okay, let me see.
Take this off then.
I like the light.
Yeah, you can take it. Yeah, you can take it. That's fine.
I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's far back.
I think his question was, Milton question was relating to how would dual citizens, dual citizen Liberians in the diaspora vote in the elections?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that question is.
I don't like the lighting.
Like I said, we have better systems. We can do something called mail-in ballots. Citizens can travel from around the world, whatever it is, when the time reaches or something to go back home. Look, this thing is also economic. If you are a dual citizen, imagine the amount of people that can pay for passports and all that kind of stuff. You can put in setting policies that you must have this in order to have your voting card and whatever it is, and people are going to buy into that. You see what I'm saying? That's money in the bank for the government as well. America does it on the very large scale. Other countries too, westernized countries, they do it on the very, very large scale, and they know the money to be had or the money to be made. But the question that Milton is talking about how we can vote, if when you put this system in place and you meet all these requirements, you can do a mail-in ballot. You can do overseas ballot, like send it, oversee X amount of time, and then the ballot come in and they count them. So that's the most simple way ever that that can happen. You can set up like offices through the different embassies that we have around the world. They can go ahead and pick up those ballots and then take them back without it being temporary way for something like that, and come back to Liberia. We can vote that way, or people can just fly from here and go to Liberia and vote. They're already doing it anyways. They're just pretending now they're behind the scene, and the country is not making money out of it. But we can tap into it and make sure that they make money out of it. Moving forward, and that's it.
All right, okay, there you have it. Milton. All right, so Richard, thank you so much, Dana. But yeah, let's get to the next thing here for our talking point. We have that's a great discussion on that topic. Let's see here, Dana. I want you to look at this one here. Yeah, I think it's in connection to what we were talking earlier. The issue of non-Negro descent in the clause in the Constitution. What do you make of it?
Well, thank you for the question. This is an interesting clause in the Liberian Constitution, and I applaud Weah for having. I mean, even though I don't support most of CDC policies or whatever it is, but I applaud him for even having the guts, or the ball to say, let's go ahead and see how we can remove this Negro descent clause from the Liberian Constitution. Look, to just look at it, from a Liberian perspective, is to look at it from a nutshell. But actually look at it from the holistic point of view. Let's see what was really happening during the 1950s and 1970s. Let's say 70, 75, during that time period. That was the time when when the whole of Africa, for that matter, was on the move. They were moving from a colonial, heritage to that of sovereignty, self-sovereignty or whatever it is, and trying to remove themselves from the powers, that were to to uplift themselves. And that's the time these kind of policies came in. This is 1973 policy, which are also ratified in 1974. It's called the Alien and Nationalization Laws, of 1973. But this is not 1973 anymore. Like I said, that policy was put in place due to fear. People, in other African countries around the world, like Kenya, and Ghana or whatever it is, they had their own policies too. They might not call it this, but it was relative to that. They didn't want people, the white man getting all the farms or whatever it is, getting all the resources and stuff like that, and keeping the people who actually own the land, out of the money that was being made. That's the reason why this policy came into being. Now, this is not 1973 anymore. Like, people, when they make policy, they make policies for today. They don't look at it futuristically. They just look at it for today. And that's the same thing that I'm talking, in relations to the dual citizenship, or how to call for the diaspora Liberians and stuff. You're making policies for today because why? You are greedy. Like, oh no, we don't want these guys coming here and then they're taking the jobs or whatever because they're highly educated than us. That's the same kind of fear. We cannot make policy based on fear, and if you kind of make these kind of policies or whatever, like they did in 1973 and 1974 up to 1975, to say, oh, we're going to put in the alien naturalization law that only going to give Negro, how to call it, descent and, and their heritage, or how to call it, privilege over, say, our Indian, Lebanese, or white brothers or whatever it is. This will stagnate what we call development and investment in the country. Believe it or not, if I am an American in America, for instance, and I have my kids here and everything, I would want to buy a house here, build a business here, But if I have a policy or law here, even though I work here and went to school here, that says, I cannot, own land, property, and all the kind of stuff in this country, believe it or not, every other penny that I have is going to Liberia. So you're going to be suffering the country, and how to call it, you're going to be sidelining development opportunities or whatever, that's supposed to help to make the country better, moving forward. That's something that needs to be looked at. That's something that needs, I don't know if we need another referendum for this or something like that, to go ahead and change this kind of policy. We cannot, like I say, absolutely, we cannot make policies based on present conditions. We cannot make policies based on not looking at future realities that that are going to happen in the future. So if you open it up to, like, we got a bunch of Nigerians, Lebanese, white Americans or whatever it is, and people from all around the world, Chinese, in Liberia, I believe strongly they are integrating within the system, marrying our sisters, marrying our brothers and whatever it is, and they want to be a part of Liberia. We have to give them the opportunity to do that. Not doing that is to stagnate development, and it's wrong for the country.
Any reaction to that?
I agree. I totally agree. Like, right now, they got a lot of companies that's going to Liberia, like he said, like the Chinese people and the different people. So if they want to stay, they decide they want to naturalize, well, I don't see a reason to stop them if they're intermarried, marriages going on. And it's for development, though. We should look into that, even though maybe, I know I wouldn't want a Caucasian person to be president of Liberia.
Why not?
But then it plays to the same thing, because it's like we would be looking at it like, but we are here. Even right now, when the president, there are some people that are in position. Somebody the president appointed from Nigeria or Ghana. I can't really remember who, but and then Liberian would get upset. Even I would get upset if I seen a lot of Ghanaians getting more positions. But I don't think we who Liberians who is proving that we are Liberians should be having restrictions.
I think I want to I beg to differ with the both of you on that respectfully. I think right now we have the issue of the land issue in South Africa, for example, which Julius Malema and other guys are fighting. When the people went there, the white, they are maybe 4 or 5, or maybe maximum will be 13 or 12% of the population. But then they control 80% of the land. And so right now they are not willing to relinquish the land in South Africa. And Julius Malema and the other guys are saying, no, this is not right. And so now you are saying, let's open it up in Liberia where at least you have your country. Maybe if I'm not exaggerating, 80 or 90% of your people are poor, and you have the people that have huge economic leverage, and you say, you know what? Hey, come here. And then people start buying, you carry Trump over there, for example, you start buying all your lands. How do you get a land back for him? And so that's my fear on that. If you have opinion on that, come go ahead, please.
You know, esoteric, the way countries are established, you know, there will always be upper classes is there a feedback? There will always be upper classes in every society, even in the great United States. You know, there are Jewish people here that own vast majority of the economic stakes, you know, in this country. You see what I'm saying? If you go to China, I believe there's certain kind of people that own, how to call it, the economic stakes in that country as well. The reason to that is the way in which the country was founded in the first place. You see what I'm saying? Things did not, you know, get to say, oh, let's scrap everything and then move forward. Nobody's going to be waiting to give up their billions or whatever, you know. This is not Kenya, like, you know, during the political revolution of Kenya, where they say, okay, we're going to take farmlands, you know, from the white guys or the British and give it to the citizens or whatever and redistribute, you know, the property. There will always be bourgeoisies and proletariats in every society, you know, that you have on earth. You know, so if that is the fear, you know, that to say, oh, because of that, we cannot make, you know, our white brothers or our Lebanese brothers who have been here, who have integrated within the system and really want to invest in the system, it will always leave our country behind. These countries that we live in today that have, you know, amalgamate, you know, how to call it, or that have blended, you know, the societies together or whatever it is, you know, have moved forward economically. You know, you go to Ghana for instance, you know, Ghana is developing. They are moving forward economically. You know, like people, I don't know if you're even Chinese or whatever it is in Ghana, you can go ahead and start your business today, and nobody going to bother you and all that stuff. You know, but to say, oh, we cannot do this because people going to, you know, collect all the vast resources and the Liberians are going to suffer. No, that's politics of fear. I'm telling you, that's politics.
No, I think you're trying to. I think this is a legitimate fear for the people to have. I don't think we should trivialize this fear, because if you look at your country right now, you have this Americo-Liberian and the indigenous argument that been going on for years. You know, and if you look at it, the economic resources are kind of concentrated for, the Americo-Liberians, because they came to the country and they established this system of hegemony and they were suppressing the people. You know, so the mindset is still there. You can see it playing up in the country. And you are saying, you know what, let's compound this with another group of people that have vast economic leverage to come and own land in the country. Even you refer to Ghana, for example. Ghana, if you're Liberian or different nationality, you go over there, they give you time to own the land. After that time, they're taking that land back from you. You know, so this sort of laissez-faire policy that you guys will also have is dangerous for Liberia. That's my view.
Yeah, I don't think it's dangerous at all. Even if you were to change the clause right now, the vast majority of the resources, you know, who sits on it is the Liberian right now. You see what I'm saying? So it will be up to Liberians to give up land, maybe sell land to a foreigner or whatever it is, because they don't have the economic leverage, like you say, you know, to go ahead and do certain things. They will have to be smart in that capacity. Right now, foreigners don't own the land in Liberia. Right now, foreigners don't own anything. So it's a good thing right now for Liberia, because the average Negro right now in Liberia, they own the vast majority of the land. But if you're not thinking, future wise or whatever it is, then you can go ahead and sell all those land for money and sit there and just squander it and stuff like that. But to say, oh, because of this, they're going to take the land, they're going to take the resources because they have the capital or or in the future we have the political will. There is something, that is incumbent upon the average Liberian, the Negro Liberian right now, to go ahead and think things, through thoroughly, than to just sell land to people and do this kind of stuff. But what's the alternative? The alternative is to say, oh, we're going to go ahead and sell on these land. We'll not develop these land, and we just sit right here and then become poor
forever.
3 years. Roads will not be built. There will be no roads network from Real Access to Sinoe, or you had to go from Sinoe to Maryland and stuff like that. That's the alternative. We cannot keep living, in the past and doing the same thing over and over, and we expect different results. It's never going to happen. These are the policies, that when you change, people bring new concept, new ideas or whatever to light, and it makes the country better, in that regard. And that's it.
Okay, so how about, let me come in, borrowing from Ghana idea where you give it to them for certain time, because at some point you can't just say, like you said, you can't just say it and say, because we are poor, we don't have the money, we're not ever going to have it. Everything is just going to sit there forever and ever. Amen.
Right.
So I don't understand. So maybe if you gave it to them with some restrictions, or put some clause or whatever in there. That way they develop it, and people coming to Liberia bringing business, they're mandated to employ a certain amount of Liberians. All these different things, you can put policies in place to be able to help Liberians get, on their feet. But if we just sit down, you don't want to encourage diaspora Liberians. You don't want to encourage any other foreigners. So yeah. I don't know how we're going to progress.
The thing is, even that Negro clause, the Negro clause that we have in place right now, let me tell you how it's hurting Liberia economically. Say, for instance, I'll use America as an example. I know America in comparison to Liberia pales.
It's fine.
It's hard to compare it. I understand that. But let me tell you the benefit of having interpolation, where you have new numbers of people added to your current numbers of people that we have. This is the benefit. Say, for instance, 2 years ago in the US, when they issued green cards to 761,901, new Americans or whatever in this country, the people generated almost $411 million. Imagine that. You see what I'm saying? Those same people, 3 or 4 more years later, they want to become citizens. So at the rate of, say, $640, per citizenship or whatever, people generating almost $1 billion. $1 billion. That's money that Hadikari Liberia economy can use to build those roads, infrastructure developments, and all that kind of stuff that we are sitting on. That's something that they are not even looking at. They just, oh no, we are afraid that, when they come, they're going to buy up all the land or something like that. No. What about the money that you're going to make in the process? You see that? They are sitting on gold, sitting on money. And it's about time that we do something right now. Look, even that $1 billion is way bigger than our 2020, 2021 forecasted budget that we have at $534 million. At this point, imagine getting billions of dollars every year to add to the economy. It's going to do us more good than harm.
So Rich, I follow what you guys are saying, but I think if you ask me, in Liberia is not mature for the kind of policy that you guys are advocating. We are not up to that level. I mean, you were talking about selling land. Okay, you have somebody who is hungry. And besides that, I mean, when it comes to,
I'm not cutting you off. We are not at the level of allowing, say, I don't know how many thousands of Lebanese, Chinese, Indians, or whatever it is that are trying to be citizens or have maybe say green card type of thing in Liberia. We are not at that level yet.
No, I mean,
we can create a system in a way that we can collect money from these people, and that money will be able to help the government, not just depend on, what ArcelorMittal bring in, and Mental Steel and all the people they bring in, or whatever it is. We can do other things besides doing the same old traditional things that we've been doing over and over and not getting any better. You see that $500 and something million we have as a national forecasted budget does not do anything for Liberia. It doesn't even build road. No wonder why we keep borrowing the whole time. You see it? But if we ask these people to say, oh, if you want to be citizen of Liberia, you pay $300. And then you have to have a biometric fee. Now lawyers that went to school, LU, Cottington, and all those places or whatever it is can also now have this immigration lawyer thing or whatever, collecting money as well in the process, which gives back again to the economy. You see it? So how can we not...
Richard, Donald, I'm following you closely. I mean, your policy, what you are pushing, it makes sense. But this is why I will also do first before we start pushing this sort of policy. Let be like Singapore, for example. When Lee came, Lee put in a system. He let the people be educated at a certain level. When you have, I mean, maybe 80% of the people in the country, they are formally educated, they have good educational system in the country. The people understand geopolitics, they understand all the business tricks involved. Then, of course, you can start instituting some of the policy. But as it is right now, if you put Donald Richard, who has, for example, 3 master's degree, and the old man in the village together to do business and say, okay, I want your land, more likely Donald will do that, Omar. I mean, she will not make that case because she is hungry. And so the backing in the business here will not be equal, and that's why I don't want to try to bring American politics in it. But if you look at the Republican and the Democrats here, the Democrat would say, let's have a middleman to regulate if Madison or Esoteric and Donald doing business. But Donald is a business tycoon. He knows the business. Madison is not business savvy. And so let's bring somebody in the middle that will be a referee so that Madison will not be cheated, because Donald is a business tycoon. So if you have that right now in your country where 80% of the people, they are hungry, and you say, what, let the people come and buy the land. Sooner rather than later, you will be campaigning again for that land to be given back, just for the land to be redistributed.
Yeah, okay. I understand your fear there. My thing is, I'm not really relating to land right now. I'm looking at the money that we are losing as of now. You cannot say we will have to wait another 173 years to educate 80% of Liberians before we'll come up with the idea that, a Lebanese person being here all these years and having babies all over with our wives, or with our girls or whatever it is, and they are all Liberian, but that Lebanese person cannot invest in the Liberian economy by becoming a citizen or by becoming a green card holder. Let's just put it that way. We need education first. Like, everybody has to be educated before we can get to that point. No, that can be done right now. It takes people like Esoteric, it takes people like Donald, it takes people like all the other educated people that we have in Liberia and in the diaspora to bring about that policy, because we have already learned it. So the old man that you talk about in the village that did not have the education can reap the benefit of the education. That's the main purpose of being educated.
But the people are not getting the benefit of the educated people right now in the country.
Exposure in so it can be able to help and benefit the least of these, and that's all it is. We don't need 80-20 education rules. In order for that to happen. It's something that we can start implementing right now. And there are people even in government right now to speak, that can go ahead and craft those policies or whatever to help, remove this Negro clause from here so we can be able to help. With the land issue, I believe Lands and Mines, how to go ahead, they can come up with like different policies or whatever and make sure that, somebody that is highly educated is sitting down with that native woman before she can sell her land, to somebody to be able to look at the blueprint or whatever to say, okay, this is the right thing you are doing or this is the wrong thing you are doing. And not, we're not just going in there blindly.
The thing about Liberia, let me come in. The thing about Liberia, it's not about the foreigners or who's going to come take land. Liberia problem is Liberian. It's us. It's our own. selves. They right now in Liberia, all these things, I mean, these are good ideas. And even if this idea go through and all the revenue is coming through, I doubt that it will even manifest, like we will see it, that the money will be used for the intended purpose, because our problem is the system. It's not who's coming out from anywhere. Liberian people themselves, all the people that are in power now, corrupting. Liberia is one of the worst corrupt country ever in the world. So it's just going to be difficult either way. I mean, I understand it's a very good idea. We can't just sit down and wait for another 200 years and say, but let's educate everybody. I really don't think that's the way to go. But I just feel that the problem should first be tackled in the government and these people that are in power that are so corrupt. Maybe politically, we need to try to get some of these people out and really try to get Liberia on its feet when it comes to honest people that really would care for Liberia, because all the resources can come in, all these money can come in, but if the system is not dealt with, it's just going to go in one person pocket, very few people pockets. That's what I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. The thing is, Liberia has a bunch of educated people, that have crafted all these policies into law, and we have them on the books. The problem we have is implementing these policies. You see what I'm saying? The thing is, when leadership come in, whether leadership in and out, it can be on the Ellen, Charles Taylor, or George Weah, or whatever. It's about having the political will to stand up to your own partisans, having the political will to stand up to your own friend, having the political will to stand up to your own people and say, look, my man, I know you for 20 years, but you mess up, and the system will deal with you. And it starts from the top. You cannot have a George Weah, that is silent on certain things or whatever, and you expect the system underneath to be better. If you look in Tanzania, swift changes happen there. The reason is because the top is not rotten. He's telling you, look, if you're not performing, I'm calling you out. I don't care whether you are coming from party line or not. And there are a lot of love in Liberia for George Weah, even in the diaspora for George Weah. But the thing is, if George Weah will put in stringent measures, to go ahead and combat radical corruption, in his strongest term, and not just make it look like Ellen say, oh, corruption is the monster or whatever it is in the room, and say, oh, I'm going to go ahead because he's the only person with the clean hands here. I see Weah and Cummings as the only clean hands people in our Liberian politics. You see what I'm saying? So if we were expecting you to come in, make the change, and you don't make the change, you say change for hope, and then change has not happened under your watch. I'm not trying to be political here for a second, but change has not happened under your watch, and you still sit there, the same things you were fighting against, and you are here, going against it. That's why making even seditions now saying no, things are shifting, things are changing. It always starts with the top. Let the top stand up, make bold moves, make bold radical decisions or whatever it is, and watch everything get in line. Because why? The policies are already on the book.
All right. I mean, I think a fair discussion on this topic, but I think we radically disagree. I think we have to empower the population first before we start to implement some of these policies. Otherwise, the people will be suppressed or they will be at the short end of the bargain. But let me look at Milton has a comment here. Sorry to cover our guests, but Milton is saying Americans control their economy likewise other developing countries. But in Liberia, due to the rate of poverty, the economy is strictly controlled by foreigners, mainly Lebanese. I believe dual citizens actually will increase more suffering in the country in the long term. That just gave example of South Africa in connection of the land bought by the white people. Any reaction to that, Richard?
Yeah, like I think we talked about that earlier. The thing is, like I said, in every society, there shouldn't be anything, how to call it, relative to fear. You cannot have policies, or craft laws or whatever it is based around fear. In every society, there will always be bourgeoisies. In other words, people that control the economy, and plethorists, people that work within the economy. You see what I'm saying? So right now, Liberia is in a strategic position where the land ownership belongs to the Negroes themselves. You see what I'm saying? Yes, they might not have the capital, the financial capital or whatever. Right now they have the political power, they have the natural resources, they have the land, they have everything. So if I bring in a Nigerian and say that Nigerians, become a citizen tomorrow, or I bring in a Lebanese, become a citizen tomorrow, who has the power right now? It's the Negro that has the power. It's the black person in Liberia that has the power right now, that has the land, that has everything. They are starting from zero. So it's the flip version of what you're explaining in South Africa. So it's up to the Liberian to either, play wise or whatever to keep the land and continue to keep the power, than to give it up. So if you give up power, then how can you then blame or the foreigner in that regard and say, oh, the foreigner is now taking the land? You had the land in the first place. In South Africa, it was the flip. The flip side of things, where the whites had the land. I mean, they still have the land, have the the privilege and all the economy or whatever it is, and so Africans are the black South Africans are saying, hey, we want some of it. You went and created this apartheid policy or whatever it is and kept all the land from us. Now we want some. In this regard, it's different. It's the flip side. We have the power, so we have to craft policies or whatever, create lawyers and to be able to help out locals, even if they don't understand. Say Oman Tene on the village or whatever has 50,000 acres of land or something. You can have a esoteric, with his law degree or whatever, go and help Oman Tene. Then for Oman Tene to just go blindly into a contract negotiation with somebody who's already skilled in business. Of course you're going to get duped in that process. But if we have educated Liberians and we have good policies and good systems or whatever that we put first before Oman Tene can sell her land, she has to meet these criteria or whatever, or go through these processes and stuff. It's going to help Oman Tene economically, move forward, as well as, as compared to when the Lebanese person is moving forward. Oman Tene not just going to sell her land for $2, because maybe there might be a policy that says you cannot sell a lot under 10,000. You see what I'm saying? Or under 15,000. And Oman Tene must follow that law. You see what I'm saying? Or follow that policy or something. Then to just set her own law, own policy. That will help to improve Oman Tene financial stakes. That will help to improve Oman Tene, living condition and stuff like that. And will help Oman Tene to even become the next business owner in Liberia.
Yeah, but if you do that, Daniel, if you want the government to regulate, especially the commerce, then I don't know, because if right now there's macro-management you're preaching, the government should tell the people how they should do business. So Martin, you put a limit. So Martin can afford to send a child to school, and the law says that you can't sell your land for a certain amount. So Martin cannot sell that land, therefore she cannot send a child to school. So it's a catch-22, and you are preaching the system of you're talking about proletariat and bourgeoisie and all of that. If you bring that, you are talking about classes in right now. So you have different classes where those have economic leverage. So you have the U.S., for example, where you have 1% of the people that control, astronomical cash in the country. And that's the same bourgeois system that you guys are pushing. I'm hearing you pushing in Liberia, which I think will not be to the advantage of the people.
I think, like I said, this is the reverse version of bourgeoisie. It's like in Liberia right now, whoever owns the highest land in Liberia is not the Lebanese person. I think you can agree with me on that.
Yeah, but he has economic leverage. I mean, the people have the land, but they don't have the intellectual capacity. They don't have the needed education to use that land. And so that's why I'm saying, let's educate the people first before we try to put these policies in place. Go ahead, sorry.
You see, in Uganda right now, you cannot buy a lot or 2 lots less than $10,000, for instance. You see what I'm saying? People in Uganda and abroad know that this is the new policy. You seen it? So now in Uganda, you have to go ahead and pay for that $10,000 before you can get 1 lot. That doesn't mean that Montana, when they say $10,000 for lot, she's not going to benefit. She's going to benefit. She's going to be able to send her children to school, matter of fact, to a prestigious school that will come back and become even better. You see what I'm saying? And it will help her compete against the Lebanese person, help her compete against the Indian and the Chinese person that is coming in, that we are afraid and we keep holding this Negro cross, to bear, and it's not working for us, then supposed to, Montana just sitting on there, selling her land for peanuts or $2 or whatever it is, she would not be able to even afford the college education for the child in the first place.
Okay, I mean, $10,000 is nothing for Jeff Bezos, for example. So he can basically practically buy all the land in no time. But okay, Daniel, that's a good discussion. I want you to have a little water break, and let's get a little commercial here, and we'll be right back, please.
All right.
Let me see what I got for you here. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Okay. I got a lot of videos here. Where are they? Sorry, guys. I'm doing multiple things at the back here. All right, let's do this.
D12 on the beat.
All I do was win. All I do was win. Born to win. I say I was born to win. Born to win. I say I was born to win. All I do was win. All I do was win. I say I jump over you. Now who you deep at me, I jump over it. I say I jump over it. Now who you deep at me, I jump over it. They will see it. I say they will, yeah. So you forced to let me. You not let me say you forced to let me. You forced to let me. You not let me say you forced to let me. Jehovah bless you, no man can curse you. When Jehovah bless you, no man can curse you. When I can go here with eat you. And when I feed it, it will hurt. Oh, yeah. When I need it, will ju. Yes, sir. All I do was win. All I do was win. Born to win. I say I was born to win. Born to win. I say you was born to win, yeah. All I do was win. All I do was win. I say I jump over it. Now who you did with me, I jump over it. I say I jump over it. Now who you did with me, I jump over it. I say I jump over it. I say your time, now your time, nobody can stop it. I say your time, now your time, nobody can stop it. They can do all they do, and they can talk all they talk. They can do what they do. Hey, turn the fire the person, Holy Ghost fire the person. Turn the fire the person. All I do is win. All I do is win. Born to win. I say I was born to win. Born to win. I say you were born to win, yeah. All I do was win. All I do was win. They will see a koro with a big eyeball. They will see a koro with a small eyeball. They will see a koro with a big eyeball. They will see a koro with a small eyeball. Jehovah bless you, no man can curse you. Jehovah bless you, no man can curse you. I say your time, now your time, nobody can stop it. I say your time, now your time, nobody can stop it. I say I jump over it.
All right, Mr. Richard, welcome back to the forum. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Voice of Sinoe in the Diaspora. with Dark Side Porter, Esoteric, and Paulia Kra. Our special guest on the platform today is Donna Riches, a bright Liberian, specifically from Sinoe County. And so we are here discussing Liberia. So, Mr. Richard, welcome back to the platform. All right. So at this point, let's get straight into it. Let's discuss Weahism. What's the impact? Do you think there is a positive impact, or everything is negative? What's your view?
I like to. I like the terminology. Well, I like to rephrase that and say Weahism. So the reason why I say that is even though there are some policies, decisions that CDC came up with, should I say the collaborating parties, NPP, and all those people came up with, or whatever it is, to move Liberia in the trajectory or the path in which they're trying to move on right now. There are some few little policies that I like a little bit, but in terms of say building houses or whatever it is for different counties, whether it be a dual community or how they call it, or building in Grand Jita or whatever it is, all these little houses they're putting together. This is something that these are policies that are supposed to have been implemented a long time, and I applaud them for that vision and stuff. And the payroll harmonization or whatever strategy that they came up with as well, started by Samuel Tour or whatever. I know he loved that a lot. Making all different departments, whether it be from finance to education or whatever, they have the same streamline paid and stuff like that across the board. I like that, and reduction in salaries. I like all that. But here are the my five pillars. When I'm judging an effective government or whatever, in terms of moving, our economy forward or something like that. One, I like to look at, a government that looks at, the economic well-being, the inclusiveness of of the citizens, to participate in their own ballot politics freely, free market system, something I enjoy. But one thing that we see when it comes to that is, say for instance, just these elections that are going on, the stoning DeLon Carr, Talia Ure, under duress or whatever it is in District 15, all these things, and government being silent on it. It's not one of them. My second thing I usually look at when I look at an effective government is, the issue of land. Right now we have like poor roads condition in places like Sinoe and other, part of the different counties or whatever. You cannot even get from Nima to Grand Jita and stuff like that. We're being stuck in mud. Businesses can, being stagnated because they are, stuck in mud for like almost a week, because I know people people from the CDC camp or whatever usually say, oh, but this has been happening for 173 years. We cannot change it overnight. Well, that's why they put you there, so you can, bring about the change or whatever to affect our people. Not doing this, not investing in the land, like macroeconomy or whatever. Our agro economy, all these things are very, very bad. Land ownership, agriculture, natural resources not being dispersed, to make the people, gain. It creates what Ellen call, issues of deplorables, And another thing that I look at from an effective government is the issue of law and jurisprudence, my brother. In Liberia, what we talked about, rape cases on the rise, secret killings. Can you imagine, Albert Peters, Gifty, Asma and George, for Bantu, and look at CDC. As soon as they took power, the first thing they ever did in terms of law is like the whole law is in, the Jowia pocket or something. Kabina Janet. Imagine Kabina Janet. They take that brother and, took his job away just to put our man Nagbe there. Kabina Janet. The man is still fighting in court as we speak. These are things that I look at. I look at institutions, my brother. When it comes to institutions, the CDC policy is not working. In primary free education, for instance, no electricity for LU, both campuses, state of the art equipment not there. All these things help healthcare part, we don't even want to talk about it when we talk about institutions, my brother. Healthcare, people got to go all the way to Ghana. VP going to Ghana to get treatment. Imagine that. Under the Weah-led government, I don't call that improvement. You seen everything is just last part here, you know, that I usually look at when I look at effective government is the issue of resources and how they are being dispersed. You know, yeah, we have like 4 people I just mentioned or whatever being killed because why they were doing their own secret investigation. It's supposed to be a free and fair thing or whatever. 16 billion Liberian dollars, 25 million American dollars, being diverted. Government just sit there or whatever, money that's supposed to go to our central bank to help improve our people's lives, my brother. It's not even working, but even how do you call it, Liberia Petroleum Refinery Companies, for instance, and how do you call it, the money that's supposed to go to National Port Authority, coming from National Port Authority and the Liberian Refinery, company that's supposed to be going to the Central Bank of Liberia, is being used, to the benefit of George Weah pocket. All these things, my brother, don't spell effective government to me. And that's my issue right there with the government right now. And they are mute, especially Weah is completely mute on most of these charges that I just brought up. So that's my issue right there.
I got a CDC sister on here. I mean, that's a lot of jobs taken out. That's a lot of jobs taking out your government. I mean, any follow up that you want to do?
I don't know about the CDC sister, but let me.
Let's start with the VP first.
I do not disagree with some of the things he said. Even I myself, when it comes to law and order, they haven't been doing a good job with that, which is, I mean, I know you don't want us to say it's been going on forever, but it has been going on forever. It's not just Weah, but we would like to see a change, especially when he was the one coming in for change. When it comes to the distribution of resources, the corruption is high in the country. I totally agree with that. I don't agree that with wherever money they're making, as even the president or the senators, representative, I do not agree, because there are a lot of people in Liberia suffering, and people, a civil servant don't get, they get little of nothing. Police officers, nurses, and doctors, and those teachers, those are the people that I feel should be getting, those huge amount of money. Lawmakers, first of all, I don't know what law they're making. I guess it's just going there and deciding how to divide money among themselves. So I don't disagree with that part. However, I think there are a lot of strides we have been making. I know you made a reference. You said something about the roads in Sinoe, Abad, and other places. Yeah, but they are making progress. And we will say this government is not getting as much funds as other governments, like, for example, Ellen. So for what they are getting, and I do agree that if they put the money if there wasn't so much corruption and high pay for government officials, they will be able to do more. But with that being said, they're still doing better than the previous government, in my opinion. So it's just two-way. I can't say, they're doing 100% great, but I can't say they are doing terrible too. And that's why I like when you point out some things that they're doing good, because a lot of the times when you hear opposition speak, it's all about, they're terrible, they're this, they're that, and none of them can say anything good that he's trying to do or doing. Yes, the roads in Sinoe are not good, but he is building roads though. Even though Monrovia is not the whole country, I agree, but he is building roads, and eventually we're going to get to the rest of the country. But he started something, and the building of homes for those people. I've been in Liberia. I was in Liberia December, and some of the places people live, I wouldn't even have my cat or my dog live there. So the fact that he's making an effort is a step in the right direction. So I wouldn't condemn him totally. And to be honest with you, all the noise I'm hearing from the COP and these other people, I really do not trust anyone. I had a little bit of trust for Cummings. Now I don't have trust for him anymore because he's aligning himself with these people, and all they do, they talk. They had the June 7 protest, and after that protest, they started forcing over a little penny from Cash App, small money. So I can only imagine what they're going to do if they are ahead of the whole country economy. They're not going to do well either. So.
Well, I respect that. You have a little respect, back in the time for Cummings or whatever. But the thing is, I think I keep mentioning on this show, like the buck always stops with the head. It does not matter whether or not we are in a group in terms of a COP or CPP, whatever the acronyms are or whatever they have is if who becomes president and what change are they going to make? Like with CDC right now, they have MPP. They probably have their own in-house fighting going on or whatever it is in terms of electing members and who's going to be a representative and who's going to be this, or they even have their own internal struggles. But the thing is, it always starts with the top. If Judge Weah said today, if this minister, misbehave, or if that money is misappropriated or whatever, that person is going to feed the weight of the law, and he stands by that. And
actually, the way I agree.
Even opposition that loves Judge Weah secretly will go ahead and re-elect him again, even if CDC deny him.
I totally agree.
I believe that strongly. And I believe with respect to the Cummings factor that you just said, if he happened to get that responsibility, I believe he's going to exercise it, according to his own diligence, and he's going to make sure that the policies that are on book right now, that is on the book, is going to be implemented. It's something that I think Judge Weah too needs to learn and wake up, and say, you know what, I'm not just going to play to partisan politics, but I'm going to go ahead and serve all of Liberia, and that's what needs to happen. Let me give you one good ranking that Liberia has right now in terms of corruption. Imagine Honor Ellen, we were
good ranking.
45%. We dropped.
Oh, we dropped. Oh, okay.
17%. Imagine 17 from 45. Now we are 28 corruption index. You see what I'm saying? We are at the bottom.
Oh, so that means we went up.
No. We free fall from 45 to 28. It's like 28 over 100. Imagine that, and 45 over 100. Which is high. On the alien is 45. Now we are at 28. Imagine on the whole corruptions, our whole corruption score, 100. Our position 137 to 198. We are just getting bad by the minute.
Okay, so I get it. That's what I was trying to say on the scale of the first number one being the worst corrupt country. Now we've moved to the 28th from the 45th. Okay, that's what I was thinking.
We need to move upwards and not down like we are moving right now, because by the time we are leaves from here, we're probably going to be at 10 or 5. Or be the worst corrupt country in the whole world. You see what I'm saying? 47.
I mean, I have to look at that. I have to look at that statistic. I finally have to believe that Weah government is more corrupt than Ellen.
I think that's what the corruption index is telling me here.
All right, guys. I think can I come in here if you don't mind? I think Daniel is very fair here. Yeah, with respect to pointing out the flaws and some of the positive things that the government has done, which is good. But my thing is, when you spoke of the education policy, which I think is excellent, but he put the lack of electricity in there just to denigrate that program. But I think that's something I am looking forward to, that any president that will come to the country to continue that, and it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, empowerment of the people, because that policy is in the interest of the people, and so that's something I agree with. But you also spoke of, like you say, a lot of rules. I took a whole list of things, free market, and all of that. Those are things that you support. Even in the case of Liberia, I don't think free market would be a good idea. But overall, what I'm trying to get to here is, Richard, with the positive things that you pointed out, do you think if you're given the opportunity to say or to ask the question, let me ask the question to say that, would you say George Weah should be re-elected based on some of the things that you pointed on or you pointed out for him to continue that? Would you say yes?
His positive policies?
Yeah, I mean, giving the negatives and positives, let me put it that way. Would you say he should be giving another chance?
I think the negative policies that I just outlined far outweigh the positives that he has instituted in the government at this time. I don't think we need another Weah if this is the kind of policy that we're going to have moving forward. Look, and I'm not saying that because I have an opposition viewpoint. I'm saying that because I think it's a little bit less. You see, there are other things that we could do. You can bring in capable Liberians and whatever. This is not just we're going to be all partisan and you MPP and you seditions or whatever it is. So that's the only people that get a job, or policy that says we're going to just look at, we don't care what the rest of the country have to say. We're going to alienate our brothers and say, you know what? Oh, they are opposition, blocks. So we don't care about them. Look, even in the great United States, people work with opposition here a lot. You see what I'm saying? I think you heard about the McCain 8 before. You see that? So even in government, I don't care whether it's at the executive level or not. Even with Ellen used to work with Joe Weah. Weah knows that. You see that? You pull in and they'll have a conversation. It didn't mean like Weah wanted to have all those consultation with Ellen. No, but the thing is, a civilized society, sometimes you got to be able to look up the opposition and say, you know what, your points are valid. Like I just named, the payroll harmonization. I love that. I named the issue relative to building houses in Dole community and even in the counties and whatever. These are things that are supposed to be done like years ago. And the fact that you have those good policies, that's good. But then we can even do more. But when it's time to like work with people, then you say, no, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to play partisan politics with this one, and then and then just implement my own policy. No. Liberia belongs to every one of us, and we're supposed to be partakers of how our country move forward. Whether you are diaspora Liberian, whether you are localized Liberian or whatever it is, we are all Liberians, and that's how it is. You see, I don't care if you're from the opposition bloc or not, but the reason why you see the opposition keep going the way in which they go and they denigrate everything, the current leadership is doing, because hey, it's all politics. If you want to play politics, and just align with with your party or whatever it is, and not look at the different ideas. Nobody's saying you got to hire all opposition, but hey, what about getting their ideas or whatever to make the country better? If Ellen could have done it with you, you just say you should be able to do it with other people as well. Don't just
but that Ellen did it though. Can I interrupt quickly? Ellen did it. She brought in opposition. Did that change the country?
Oh yeah. Well, when Ellen was power, you didn't see how they call it the pre-war position of Liberia, and when Ellen left from there, are we blind to this or something? Why don't you know that man and I was giving you current when Joey or the land of the 20 lepers or whatever? Where you think that current came from? You see what I'm saying? So all these things.
Say that again.
I know, yes, she donor support or whatever, but she worked hard to get that donor support. So we cannot say, oh, pre-war Liberia or post Taylor, is the same as in comparison with when Ellen left. Matter of fact, even the policies that we are working on right now, most of them were put in place by Ellen, and that's one of the things that I commend we are on, because how to call previous presidents before, they would take that money and divert it to something else, and now he's using that how to call that policy that was left in place or whatever, and say, look, if this is going to benefit Liberia, I'm going to stick with it, and I commend him for that. But that doesn't mean that I gave him the chance again to become the next president, because all these 5 policies that I look at in terms of, like I say, land issue, how to call it, the issue of law. He's just mute on everything. You got to be.
Yeah, but Richard, let be realistic here. Let be realistic. You just indicated that this country has been enjoying political independence for 173 years. So are you expecting Jawia to alter that in 3 years?
Oh, you see, that's the same argument we hear from seditionists all the time. You know, the fact that, look, you learned about Thomas Sankara before. I think you're an educated man. You know,
go ahead.
That country was in existence for years. That young brother got there. His policy changes or whatever it is within the course of 3 years. 3 years. Let's compare them. Within the course of 3 years, Burkina Faso transformed. They became an economic hub. What makes you think Liberia cannot do the same thing?
Yeah, but Richard, I get it, Sankara argument, but guess what? It was a military government.
No, it's not.
In this case, we have a democracy in Liberia. Sankara wasn't, he was a civilian leader. He was a military guy. So you were using iron fix to implement what he wants. So do you want we have to use iron fix to lead the Liberian people?
As much as in Tanzania, there is no iron fist being used in Tanzania, you know, that same policy in Tanzania that works, that says, you know, when the hair speaks or when the hair, I know there's democracy in Tanzania. They are not using military style tactics in Tanzania. But how come it's working there? The reason is because when leadership show leadership, people underneath usually fall. And it usually happens in Africa anyways. If a president shows up, you know, and the minister is not performing up to par or whatever it is, and he shakes some trees, everybody going to get in line. And that's how it's always been in Africa. You seen it? So we cannot say, oh, because under Thomas Sankara, it was a military style thing. We are seeing it in modern day Tanzania. It's working right now. And it's not military at all. You see what I'm saying?
That I agree with your examples that you are pointing out. But again, it goes back to my initial point. Because the first president, I think it was Nyerere, right? He was the president of Tanzania, the first guy. They got a system in place. You know, so the people like John McAfee and those guys that are there, they are going by the system that was already put in place. So you have Tanzania, they have the highest educated, one of the highest educated population in Africa. You know, so these are things Judge Weah is now working and saying, you know what, let's give the people, let's do free education in the country. And so assuming we have Judge Weah policy for 6 years, all right, and then we'll give you another 6 years for that policy to continue. What do you think will happen to the country?
My brother, I think I just alluded to that in terms of policy on the book in Liberia, we already have all the policies and stringent laws or whatever it is in the country. It's about implementation that causing us problem in that country. You know, we have to have the political will, and it starts from the top, the president, of course, you know, to go ahead and say, look, I'm not going to play partisan politics here. I'm going to go ahead and deal with things as they're supposed to be dealt with. And everybody going to get in line. It happens in Tanzania. Tanzania policies is not different from Liberian policies. If you read the same policies, you know, these policies are on book, and they are very good measures that we have in Liberia. You see what I'm saying? It's just implementing them. That's the problem.
I agree.
And it needs leadership. You see it? It only starts with leadership. That's it. But, you know, if you say, oh, Ellen said doing Ellen time, if you say Ellen will say, okay, because he's my friend, or because I brought him from the US or Europe and put him in this position, so I don't want his kids to suffer, so I'm going to remove him from this position and put him in that position. And Weah comes and say, you know what? Well, if somebody rapes somebody's child or whatever it is, we are all Liberian. We can settle it beyond the house and do family conversation. You see that? Where are we going? We're going nowhere.
Did he say that though?
Huh?
Or did he say that, or it's just an example or something?
No. I think there's a saying that goes, you know, to be mute on something is to accept it.
Okay.
And that's what he's been doing.
Okay.
The thing about it is,
go ahead.
Judge Weah, communication is not his strong suit. I'm going to agree with that. Communication, because sometimes you can even be on the right, but if you don't stand up, even with the $1 billion missing, the $1 million, whatever, all the money got missing right when he gets in. So we don't even know if it was during Ellen's government or his government. But the thing is, my problem with him is when something's happening in the country as a president, you have to come up and assure people, even if you don't have to give details, but just assure people that you are investigating, you are looking into it, and that's what I think, in the beginning, instead of waiting for months and months to go by. So that I know communication is not a strong suit. However, it's hard for me to believe that somebody like what his name, the guy Ms Cummings or whoever is going to come in and do better than Judge Weah is doing in 3 years. The last we got election. I don't know if he's running this the next 3 years, 2023, if he's going to be running or not. But the last election, I really didn't hear anything that he really was going to do. And the thing about politicians that they all say we'll do this, and it don't get done. Early in all these 170 years, it's sad that you don't want us to say it, but that's the history. Like, you can't negate the history. You judge future behavior based on the history. So for 173 years, no other president have even like the education. He's talking about the free education, and I was shocked. I didn't even think that was possible for a university student to get free education, to be honest with you, because one time I called and I wanted to send something for somebody, and the person said, no, LU is free. And that blew my mind away. So I doubt that Ms Cummings or any other person is going to continue that legacy. And yes, there's a lot of room for improvement for Judge Weah, but I believe he should be given a chance.
Well, the thing is, we cannot look into the future and say, emphatically, like, if say Ms Cummings was given the chance, to run the country or whatever, he would not carry on the policies of Judge Weah, or he would not do better. We don't know that. It's something that we'll have to see and try, or try and see, or look to the person's past performances, what he has been doing. One thing we know about Cummings is, he has track record of creating $1 billion, managing $1 billion businesses or whatever it is. And there is no record on there of corruption from him or whatever to say, oh, money was being missing or styphon or laundry somewhere. So that's one thing that is not coming to Liberia.
In the United States, though, right?
Huh?
In the United States, right? That's where he okay.
The United States, the man was in Nigeria here. He was also in South Africa managing the whole African branch or whatever. We have never seen anything. Imagine in Africa, the man operating in Africa as VP, nothing still missing. No track record. Nobody can point to this.
As VP of what? Of the company?
Coca-Cola, yeah.
Coca-Cola, which is almost like a multinational corporation, by the way. A multinational corporation, they are way bigger than Liberia.
So Dana, how did that transform or help the people of Liberia, though, when Cummings was the regional president for Coca-Cola? How did that transfer to the people in Liberia? How did they help? Hopefully I'm clear. Are you leaning to Cummings?
Well, I'm not saying emphatically that I'm leaning towards Cummings, but I'm just telling you, I'm not Cummings' mouthpiece or whatever to say that, but I'm saying, in case, we cannot predict, or assume that because if somebody becomes a president tomorrow or something like that, they will not be able to carry on these policies. I believe there are some people, I think opposition to Judge Weah that did not foresee Judge Weah's bringing on free education in Liberia in the first place. Even though the free education has its own lapses, there's no infrastructure, there's no state-of-the-art equipment at these universities, which make this, if you were to ask a student right now in Liberia, even in LU right now, would you rather pay money in Uganda to go to school than to stay in LU? They will tell you, say, I'm going to Uganda. You see what I'm saying? That should tell you, just because you created a policy or whatever and don't support those policies, that don't make that policies any genuine or better, or it doesn't even improve the lives of the people. You see what I'm saying? It just makes something free. If you give me a free rice to eat, hey, I'm hungry, I'm going to eat. But that doesn't mean like how to call it, it has all the ingredients and substance how to call it to make it.
But what I help you to survive, though, that's the thing. You know what? That's the thing. That's the one thing that wouldn't it help you to survive though? Like if you were hungry and you needed something to give you some energy, won't that help you to survive?
Survival, you see, in this 21st century, we cannot live on survival mentality. If we do that, how to call it, the other countries ahead of us are going to surpass us. I'm telling you. And
well, that's the first step though.
Survival mentality that we've been doing for the last 173 years. And I rather see that in the same George Weah policies as well. You cannot just do that for people to clap for you and then you walk away. You see it? So it's a good idea. I commend him for that, but at the same time, it needs support.
What we're failing to realize is like we have a lot of problems, tons of problems. It's just that somebody's starting from ABC and starting from scratch. So we're not. So at this point, you have to focus on survival. That's the first law of being. Your physiological needs have to be met first before you get to safety and all the other different needs. So for us to say, oh, he made it free, there were a lot of them who had to struggle, to university students that had to struggle to pay their entrance fee, that had to struggle to pay tuition. Then they have to be thinking about how do we even find food to eat. So the fact that tuition is off the table is a start. It's even if Cummings or whoever comes there today, they're not going to put all this massive state of the art thing and everything, or even if they may be able to do it because we already have the tuition part out of the way. So maybe then they can pick up on the next step, or maybe Joe Weah can pick up on that next step in the next 3 years or the next 6 years.
Cummings has not even gotten there yet.
No, I'm talking about Joe Weah. Let's just leave Cummings alone. I don't think he's going to get there anyways.
Listen now, they say you can tell from what somebody would do from. They say when the Christmas is going to be good, you tell from the Eve. You see what I'm saying? Right now, what is Cummings doing? The first time in history for you to find a STEM program in Liberia. A STEM program, for our little kids. We are going at the grassroots, even before we even get to the university level. STEM program. If you go to how do you call it? Is that Stella Marie? No, not Stella Marie, but AMU Zion, for instance. I think they just named certain part of their department after Cummings because why he's supporting infrastructure development and state of the art equipment. We're talking about how to call it, computers in classes. Things that will make us to compete with the next generation of people. Look, we have people in government that have been in America for years, 20, 30 years. Some of them retired here. In the end, they went back home or whatever. They act like they don't even see, the same infrastructures or whatever that they came from here with. They don't see it. The state of the art equipment, which can be bought by our own resources, our own money in government. They don't want the people to benefit from it. But they can go ahead and build massive buildings, whether the minister's building for his girlfriend or building buildings for himself, whether the president in less than 6 months building, mansions for himself. These are things they can do, on a speedy level. But when it comes to our university system, to equip it with computers, with projectors, with common things like electricity, to make teachers to teach. To improve even the professors or whatever, we don't have money for that. Then we can now go back into slow crawling in order for us to get there. This is not right. This is not foreseeable, and we should not even be allowing that as Liberians.
Okay, I think go exchange between you and my co-host. I just want to be clear, though. You said George Weah should not be given a second term because of the lapses in his government. Who do you think will be a viable replacement for George Weah?
A viable replacement for George Weah is not a matter of who. It's the matter of somebody who has the right policies or whatever it is to help move our country forward.
Who do you think will be the potential person?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how to call it. Maybe somebody is in the woodwork that is sitting somewhere. We got a bunch of billionaires.
But Daniel, you're saying Joria should be replaced, so you should have somebody on mind.
Common man sitting somewhere or whatever that might show up one day or whatever. We don't know. We have 3 more years, how to call it, to look. Don't just look at the CPP, look at ANC and all this stuff and say, oh, all UP and all these people, and say, oh, one of these people will become president. We don't know yet. You see what I'm saying? In the future, it might be somebody else. If that person come up and they come out, like I say, it's the matter of policy decisions. If somebody has the right framework, the right policies or whatever to move our people in the right direction, then that's the person that should be positioned to become president in our country, and that's the kind of person that we need. But then,
so you don't have somebody on mind right now.
Right now, I will lean a little bit towards Cummings. But like I said, there's a CPP framework, that needs to work itself out or whatever. If it comes on top, then that's then that would be a thing of viable options or whatever for Liberians to be able to look at.
But to Cummings' alignment with say for example Bernard Ure, guys looted the country on a tiller, it doesn't bother you? Or let's say, for example, the VP who said you were parked in the garage for 12 years and looked like nothing was there, his alignment with those people, doesn't that bother you?
As long as it don't bother me when CDC is aligned with LPDP or NPP, that went ahead and brought war and all that kind of thing to our country, I don't think it bothers me at all, because Liberia, the politics that we have there, has to do with who is on top. I keep telling you this thing, especially Africa for that matter, who is on top, because that person will be able to make a decision that will affect every other cabinet minister's position or ministerial position that he has. As a matter of fact, I know you don't say it that much, but it even affects even up to the judiciary, to be frank. You see, if that man makes a decision, whoever you put on top to lead the country or whatever, most of the time everything else follows. Like right now, you see CDC is there, so we have Chea and how to go to the House and the Senate and whatever, including the legislature. Everybody is in CDC pocket as we're moving forward. So if Joria breathes or sneezes, everybody falls, in line. That's how it is. If not, you're going to get removed like Abina Janet. You see? So that's the kind of policies that happen in Africa. It's not like, the democracy that we have in Africa, in America or whatever, like, we have to go through systems. No. Yes, even though it's on the book, but that doesn't mean like the article the head does not have political clout. You see it? And Weah is not exercising his. I don't know if it's because of the people that are around him or, or the people are keeping him a bed. I don't know. But something needs to be changed and people need to hear him. And my sister said, it might be the issue of education. No. My man, you like it, you can speak crew. Somebody will interpret. If I don't like something, I don't like something. Some all have daughters. You seen it? If somebody raped my daughter or whatever, for me to come out and say, in Basel or in Crown or in Crew, that how they call it rape is not good. It does not take college education for that. And to be silent on things like this, it just creates chaos, within the society, and it helps how to call it to abet criminals and whatever it is, like aiding and embedding them, and that's what's happening. And that's why now we're seeing like secret killings and all that kind of stuff. From people that are trying to go ahead and look into things right now. What are you even hiding? That's one of the things in there.
Yeah, but Dana, let me come to the A of the president for a second. Let me take the issue of corruption, for example. When the 16 billion saga came up, the president constituted, like you say, the presidential task force to investigate, and as well as an international investigating team, the Crow organization, they went there and investigated. You don't think it's a good move in the right direction? The president is making some effort, doesn't he?
It's a good move to appeal to the international community. But me and you that from Liberia, we know what they call mango is.
So the president mago.
If you mango something and say you invited international observers or whatever to look into or the issue of the money, and not give the relative paperwork or whatever to go ahead and do their job, that's not streamlining the process. That's trying to hide information. So if whatever information they have, that's exactly what they're going to report. Now, people that are within the system, that are trying to, unearth what is actually, being done to our 16 billion Liberian dollar and 25 million US dollars or whatever it is. These people are now missing, completely dead from their family in their own private homes. Imagine that. You see it? So, I mean, these are things that, that is like stroking fears into people or whatever, and making people not, not wanting to even go ahead and go and investigate the system for themselves or whatever, to make sure, like, okay, let's see exactly, what these people are hiding, or if they are really saying the truth about the money that, that has been missing. You see it? So, I mean, we are needs to do a better job, my brother. When it comes to that, there's no freedom of anything in Liberia right now. Everybody is scared. I don't know if they're using that Ellen policy when they kill grieve or whatever it is. That's the same thing, but it's wrong. It makes investors don't want to come in the country. It makes even Irish Liberians are trying to bring their own businesses. They get scared. Like, what if I can get killed in my own home? What more can happen? You seen it? So it goes a long way.
So yeah, any reaction to that? That was poignant.
The whole murdering thing, but I mean, we don't have proof of that. I know we would say, oh, but what you think if these people are ending up showing up there? So I'm not gonna. We should say maybe allegedly or something, because we have zero proof that anyone murdered these people. So I will hope that the government, I don't know if they had the opportunity to go there, see the bodies, to see if there were gunshot used or knife or whatever. So the whole violence in the country, like we're talking the other day, like some of the other people have their own enemies. The same thing we were saying about, and I was trying to say about Yeke Koluba and all these people. They might have their own enemies that no one knows about. So until we can prove that the government actually sent somebody or, cause these people death, I don't want to buy into that idea. Now, I know it sounds suspicious. I get it. When they say, 4 people died in, I don't know how many months or how many space of time that was. But that's just mere speculation.
4 people died within 8 days. And those same 4 people were working on the same money that, that they said international observers came and watched. It is alleged at this time, but we know how Liberia works. There's no better forensics in the country anyway. So, that information is just going to just be swept under the rug or whatever. And, and nobody would, but it is the point that, either the government or the powers that be to go ahead and stop people from prior, from probes, from prior probes into this matter, so it can just be, so it can die down, like we say in Liberia. You seeing it? But you never know. Maybe you kill these 4 people, there will be other people, coming up to investigate, more dirty deeds that, that the government is trying to hide. And that's it.
And like I said, my big problem with the president is communication, not education piece. Because I mean, just to clarify, I for one person know that you don't need education to speak on things. True. So that's just my one disappointment with communication, with him coming to communicate things. Are they investigating? If these people, it looks bad, to be honest. If the government is, if these people are investigating the government or whatever, and then people shows up dead, it looks bad. It's no two way about it. So, but however, it can be proven. It's still, hearsay.
All right, yeah, and your top, yeah, so we can transition.
Overall, I don't think I think Joey should be given the chance to continue his term, and even now, people are even saying doing all the different protests and carrying on all this stuff. All this stuff is not necessary. He needs to complete his term, and I would be advocating for him to be re-elected because I don't see anyone right now. Hopefully, like you said, maybe in the last year, somebody will pop up.
So, are you not capable of leading the country?
I guess, right? I can pop up, right?
All right, guys. Let's transition. Our guest been on for a while. Team. Let's see what we can exhaust the agenda quickly, so we can get to other things for the day. So, Donna, I just want you to opine on the issue of the foreign minister. You know, what do you make of it?
Yeah,
the confirmation. Go ahead.
The confirmation of Dee-Maxwell Kemayah is, you know, if you ask me, I would say it should not have been held in the first place. There should have been like a thorough investigation into the matter before Hadikoye appointing him to that position. If I were Judge Weah, I would have withdrew that nomination from that September nomination that he made regarding Dee-Maxwell when the allegation came up. You know, Wynee Cummings, you know, was a female staffer, you know, Hadikoye at the Liberia's permanent mission, you know, in the United States in New York. She worked for Kemayah. You see, you know, I don't like this idea that people think like, oh, because the victim didn't speak up early, so that must be politically motivated. No, it's wrong. You see it? And look at the kind of politics that has been played in this. If you look at who's on the committee to investigate this whole thing, this guy is from Maryland. He's an NPP member. And who is NPP to CDC? Aha, we see the link right there. That's a correlation by itself. So what do you think Hadikoye Ashden, Anna Maurice, or whatever going to do in this case? Of course, he's going to make it, you know, he's going to make it look like, okay, this is a correlation thing or whatever it is, so I can go ahead and, you know, and just say, oh, this is politically motivated. That's the reason why Wynee Cummings is coming out to say this at this time. You see, we are supposed to have withdrew the name of Dee-Maxwell the moment he heard that. And even though he's educated to the teeth, and even though he's deserving of Hadikoye the position or whatever, which of course I'm not saying Hadikoye you know, he does not deserve that position, but the fact that internationally the way they are going to look at Liberia, you know, that hey, we are here sending a complete sex offender or whatever, or an alleged sexual offender or whatever, you know, to represent our country, you know, in our foreign missions, it's just bad for us. You know, it's something that we are supposed to have think twice about completely. And we cannot play politics with this. Let me be honest with you. We cannot play politics with this, because this is the same thing that we do. Makes females in Liberia, even if they are raped, for instance, they cannot speak up. Because even at a higher level, somebody is in New York working in Hadikoye or in Kemayah's office, cannot even speak up. Educated little girl cannot even speak up. What make you think a 5-year-old, or do we have 9 months old now, when they are raped or whatever, they're going to say anything in Liberia? What make you think that family going to even be able to talk if a minister or somebody raped them? Because they're going to be afraid. Because if we don't say, oh no, the buck stops with me, you know, anything that is done or whatever, you know, to our females in this country or whatever, I'm going to go ahead, you're going to lose certain privileges. Men will keep doing this over and over and again. And we needs to understand that. You see, sometimes too, you don't even have to speak up on it. But just your action by you removing that name will send a clear message to everybody else in the future moving forward.
But any reaction to the subject? So can
well, I will have to agree with him on this one. I totally agree with him. I thought the president should have withdrew his nomination, even if he didn't know in the beginning that was the case. But it came out, and then they continue and they move forward with the process. I was disappointed. I was disappointed with that action by the president. He should have withdrew that man, because like everything he says is true. It makes us look bad outside. It makes men continue to do what they're doing. It's like the president sent a message by continuing to let that be. Like, it doesn't matter. You can't say you make rape or something emergency or something the other day, and then you carry on the kind of action. It's like you're sending the message to female that you don't give a damn, you know.
Right.
So, and that I was very disappointed about
And then
that.
we worry about why we have all this sporadic protests going on in the street. Imagine if H. Dan Maurice, senator from Maryland or whatever from MPP, were to go back to Maryland, and then they block the whole road or whatever, and women line the whole street and say, "How can you even do that?" You see what I'm saying? There was no due diligence in this. He just played policy and politics to this. Oh, I'm part of the collaborating political party and I serve George Weah instead of serving the Liberian people. You see what I'm saying? So he did not even thoroughly investigate this at all and make this guy to go through. You see, and it's wrong. And I don't think it's even late yet for George Weah to even call that boy back. Let me be honest with you. Even though he has all the qualifications necessary or whatever, but this is very, very, important. It speaks to the local politics in Liberia right now relative to rape, in the country, and the fact that the president keeps being silent on it. He's not even speaking on it. Neither is he even had to now. He's appointing people at a higher level that are even touching people now. Allegedly, it's wrong.
Right.
Yeah, I think this one will have a unanimous view on this one, and so hopefully the president will listen. And it's not yet late to call Mr. Kemayah back. Yeah, it's not late yet. But let's get to the next thing here. Mr. Richards, you've been on for a while. All right, let's get to Sinoe County here. Okay, so
Oh boy.
yeah, we want to talk about Sinoe County. We can't leave without we have a great son of Sinoe County on the platform. And if you use Synecdoche, what we have been discussing, Sinoe is also into it because Synecdoche is where the part is part of the whole, and the whole is part of the part. So we've been talking about Liberia. Sinoe is also affected. I want us to narrow it down to Sinoe politics here. Let's start with the issue of travel politics here. I want to get your perspective in that area, Bridges. What do you make of the travel politics in the county?
Yeah, we got to understand how to create the.
Go ahead, guys. I want to excuse myself a minute.
Okay.
We got to understand the political dynamics how to create in Sinoe County, for instance. When that place, when Sinoe was founded, we had native people there. Right now we have like three how to create a group of people in Sinoe, either four maybe. But we have the Sapo people there, the Crew people, which make up the bulk of how to create the population there, and then we have that of the Grebo people there, called in the Bush Grebo or whatever. You see, and other people that have intermix or whatever. But we name these three different sectors or whatever for tribal groupings or whatever in the country. What I make of the political stakes in that part of Sinoe has to do with I think it's contingent on four things. You see what I'm saying? Is this issue of bigotry, who's educated and who? It's not really the people. Because if you really look at it from some of us that grew up there or whatever, when we were around 10, 12 years old, the people are intermarried. They have intermarriages. Sapo person is married to a Crew person to a Grebo person. You cannot even separate the two. To do that is to separate families. You see what I'm saying? But we have these high-level educated brothers. Usually the brothers, educated brothers in Sinoe. I just feel like, oh, I'm way better than the other man, and the other man is way better than the other man. And that's what we see. That's the interplay we see how to go in even the Sinoe or Legislative Caucus. You see, I think if you ask me, that whole name needs to be scrapped. It needs to be how to call it Sinoe Caucus. Where we have elders, female groupings, elders, the superintendent itself, and the legislative members, to come and sit down at something the group called TTA, sit down and have a conversation that will help Sinoe as a whole. Then to just play to the fact that Zaza Mavi Zaza is much smarter, or he's from the Sapo region and he's much smarter than TJ or TJ is smarter than Duncan, or Duncan is smarter than how do you call it, the late Slaw or whatever it is. All these things need to stop. We have had this conversation 2 years ago. People had to go all the way to Bamako, Mali. Imagine, like Liberia is not big enough for them to go smoke peace pipe. They have to go to Mali. How many peace pipe you going to smoke? I think their lungs is already clouded, because when they come back, the only thing that is left there is that cloud of smoke that is left in there, and there's nothing peaceful at all coming out. Because every time they come back, the next thing, that person break the policy. The other one break this policy to talk to this. Even when Nagbe, how to call it, who is now part of the judiciary or whatever was there, same thing. Kept going on and on. You cannot even say, for instance, you cannot even have a peace pipe conversation when you're supposed to say in this present time work with Lee Nagbe Chea, for instance, and you leave Lee Nagbe Chea back in Liberia, but you go to Bamako, Mali, and you see what I'm saying? To smoke a peace pipe with 4 or 5 legislative members or whatever it is, you sit there, you have your phone, then you come back and say, okay, we want to work with this person. No, it's supposed to be an inclusive, type of thing where you have the errors on board, because guess what usually happens? When they have their own infighting, and if this person is trying to remove the other person and the other person says no, guess who it always goes back to? The women group, the senior elderly people in the community. So if you're going to include these people, in the back end, why not just include them now, so they can form part of this discussion, since there's no adults in the room to go ahead and make a meaningful decision that affect the people, but the decisions that they make is a power hungry kind of decision that only comes around it becomes unimportant when it's electionary period. That's the only time you ever hear that Mafi Zaza is trying to take the Sapo and turn Sapo into the new River G. You see what I'm saying? That's the only time you hear that. Or that's the only time you start hearing like, TJ, how to call it, has stopped phone, bunch of money or whatever it is, to amass riches for himself and put it in his pocket. You see what I'm saying? All these things will not work. The only way it's going to work is we have to come together as one people. Like I said, intermarriages have already caused us to be one people. We are not leaving. The situation with Reggie is completely different. They have few intermarriages and the demarcation was completely clear. But in this case, it's not, the demarc is not there at all. There are Grego people from Bush Grego that marry all the way to Sapo people. And that Sapo man is sitting down all the way, how to go in district number 2, and not district number 3. You see what I'm saying? Or district number 1 in Duncan's district or whatever it is. You see that we are
So Dan, let me come in here. So you said the politics of tribalism comes about during election time. So the second part of the question is mitigation. What is the way forward? How can we mitigate tribal politics in the county? I don't know why you can avoid it, because if you want people to vote for you, even in the US here, you have the different political blocks. You have the white, you got this black people.
One of the mitigating factor when it comes to tribal politics, my brother, like I said, the people themselves, the poor woman that goes to the farm that married to her, the poor Sapo woman that goes to the farm that been married to her crew husband for 30 years or 20 years, don't even know what politics is. He does not care about politics. It doesn't put food on her table. It only puts food on Mafi Zaza table. It only puts food on TJ's table. They don't care about that. So the only way you can go ahead, like the people underneath, all this noise, they are completely united. It only comes when it comes to politics, like election time or whatever. That's the time people try to divide and conquer our people. That's a divide and conquer strategy. The way we can go ahead and do this.
I don't know whether it is necessarily true that the issue of let's say tribal politics comes only during election time. Let's take for example the poor manager of Sinoe County. He's not up for election, but the people have been saying, this poor, they've been Sapo rise and all those things, the poor around all over the place. The issue of Zaza and TJ, I don't know why is around tribalism, But I think for the angle of Zaza is saying because when Senator Teja was the superintendent, they squander the people money. And as a lawmaker, your job is to provide oversight. So it was in that vein that Zaza went after him that the people money got to be accounted for. So I don't know whether that can be equated to tribalism.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Zaza is preaching. Zaza is singing a song that has already been sung, my brother. He got in the church too late. Okay, you preach about TJ, staffing X amount of money for his own personal gain or laundering X amount of money that was meant for county development was 74 projects, and only a couple of them were done or whatever. Look, this thing has already been tried by the 14th Judicial Court in Riverside. You know that. You see what I'm saying? So they even charged TJ to bring about $50,000, my brother. And they gave him the X amount of months that he should be able to provide that funding. That thing is already over with. That's why I keep saying, you only hear about these things when it's time for elections and stuff. People go back to their people and tell them, say, oh, this, oh, that, oh, this person is not for you. Oh, we need to separate from Sinoe County or whatever. Zaza in this light is trying to play, B-52 in Sinoe.
But Dana, I'm not cutting you. I'm not cutting you. But before you end your thought,
B-52 currently in Sinoe is TJ. Even though he was superintendent and he turned to become the voice of the people, because why he has the biggest political stake there or whatever, that doesn't mean that you should run away from the bargaining table. You cannot remove your people and say, oh, let's go. We don't need this. No. What about all the other families underneath that are already linked? Marriage and whatever. Why you're going to take all the crew people and carry them to Sapo or whatever. Say if I have a crew wife, I'm going to take my crew wife and carry her to Sapo New County, or I'm going to take my Sapo man and bring him back to
Richard, there has been, I don't know, I haven't heard Zaza talking about forming a Sapo County. I don't know what the argument came from, but what I'm saying
openly, and everybody knows that.
No record to that effect, but let's look at the issue.
Is research to that effect that Zaza is trying to remove the Sapo people and form Sapo County just as
until you can adduce the evidence that is a speculation. Yeah,
it's well documented. I'm telling you.
I'm following the politics of Sinoe County carefully. I haven't gotten any document. I would have brought it a long time by now if something like that exists. But this is you said something. You talk about 74 projects, money, everything been given to Senator Teja, and they squandered that money. And you said the guy was taken to court. You know why he was taken to court? It's because of Zaza effort. And so we need more Zaza in the county to hold people accountable. But for some reason, people tribalize something that is not tribal. If somebody steals, and because you're a crew man, they take you to court, and the other person is a Sapo man, it doesn't mean you should make it into a tribal thing. No.
I think Zaza and Nagbe at the time, if you really look at the records, you can tell, because of money issues and whatever it is, they try to throw TJ under the bus. That's really what happened here. And so I'm saying it's either politically motivated. That's the reason why Zaza and Nagbe have been thinking all along, to be able to tear TJ down, so somebody can be able to ascend to power. The meaning Zaza here is he's trying to become senator. Everybody know that in Sinoe. But the thing is, you do not have the votes, my brother. So what can you do? Tearing each other apart is not going to help. The only thing you can do is to see how you can work across the aisle. Like I said, there are a bunch of intermarriages that working in Sinoe. You can work across.
I understand that, but are you telling me? Hold on a second, please.
That's what they're doing in Sinoe.
Are you telling me? Because you mentioned the former senator of Sinoe County, Joseph Nagbe. Are you saying also he was a travelist to go after Senator Teja to go to court and verify what Zaza said? Is he a travelist as well? He's a crew man. And Teja is a crew guy. So
I'm not alluding to that. I'm not saying he's a tribalist for that. What I'm saying is the fact that you will link up with somebody else to go ahead and fight your own brother, whether that Sapo brother or that Crew brother or that Grill brother, is unbecoming. The only way we can solve this kind of issue is usually the way in which they settle it all the time. That's why I say remove the idea of Sinoe Legislative Caucus. That thing needs to be rewritten. It needs to be Sinoe Caucus. In other words, we infuse women, women into the discussion, because why? We are giving the Legislative Caucus decisions to see whether or not it can affect change in our county, and it's not working. So you remove that legislative caucus from there, remove legislative, put Sinoe caucus. So you bring in the old people, because the old people are always the one when they are bickering and having their own internal, fighting and whatever it is. You always go back to the old people. So we need to include the old people on the decision-making panel, include the women voices on the decision-making panel, and the legislative the legislators that we have in the discussion, so we can have adult conversation that will affect the people and not just their own pocket and their political positions.
So, Dana, how do we fight corruption in the county when you are vilifying Mr. Zaza for going after corruption? Senator Chea was declared guilty because of Zaza's effort. How do we fight corruption?
I'm not vilifying Zaza for going after TJ. It is the way in which it is being done. It's more personal than it's more personal than trying to probe corruption. It's like Zaza is linking up with his friend Nagbe, on a personal reason to say, oh, we're going to go ahead and demonize this person or whatever, and that's the only way we can get the political stakes that he has. So it doesn't work like that. And
so are you saying, in other words, saying Senator the name Basso?
People will see that as politics. You see what I'm saying?
No, but when you use the word demonize, are you insinuating that Senator Taylor the nine best with the people of Sinoe County money?
Well, the LSCC, has the record for that. It's something that they can look into. The GAC can look into that as well and stuff to find out whether or not he actually did that. But I know, for record's sake, I know the 14th judicial branch River G found him guilty of certain things, but could not go as far as Zaza is trying to go, or Nagbe was trying to go in the process. You seen it? So let this stop here and we move forward from there. You cannot create two B-52s within the same county, my brother.
So who is the B-52? By virtue of what?
You all know it's TJ.
By virtue of what?
Until TJ is removed. The reason to that is because Zaza does not know how to play the politics that binds people together. He's playing this separative politics, and it's not going to work for the county, and it's not going to work for him. And guess who's going to slide under him doing that? Duncan is going to slide under him doing the positive thing, trying to unite with people. That's why you saw Duncan working with the lit, Honorable my uncle, J. Nagbe Slaw, and all those other people. It's working across the aisle and not creating enemyship.
So, Richard, what I'm hearing from you is you sound like a apologist. So you are not pointing out the wrong he did in the county, but you are looking at Zaza going after him. And Zaza, you also pointed out to us that the man was taken to court. So I don't know how taking somebody to court amounts to personal stuff.
Yeah, the thing is, if I try to throw you under the bus, or my brother Esoteric, and I've worked with you for X amount of time, and I try to throw you under the bus, believe it or not, the court will always want to look into that, that allegation thoroughly to see whether or not what happened here. And if the court have their own findings, which of course I'm not a lawyer, but if they have their own findings and come down with whatever fines that they levy against you and you have taken care of it, that's not something for us to keep revisiting over and over and again. It's not going to work. It's not going to help you win any political stakes. In Grand Crew, in Sinoe, with the crew people, with the girl people. It's not going to do that. Neither with some Sapo people either. It won't. You see that? Because our politics is different from that of Grand Jida and River G. You see what I'm saying? At least you could see the demarcation there. Ours is intermixed. You see a girl person getting married to a Sapo person, and you see a Sapo person getting married. How are you going to separate that? You can't. So all you have to do is to work across the aisle and work responsibly with people for us to be able to come together as one people. That's the only way that our people are smart these days. They are not as dumb as they used to be. You know what I'm saying? Or we thought they were.
So here's a question. How does, you are talking about unity right now. How does Senator Chea sponsoring a bill to take the sample people land amounts to unity?
That's what I'm saying again. This is all politics. Chea is not taking any sample people land or whatever it is. There is nothing called sample people land, and there's nothing called crew people land, and there's nothing called grow people land. It's all Sinoe. And until we can understand that it's all Sinoe, and start creating these different sects, within the same community, we are not moving forward. There is nothing called Sinoe.
So then does that make it right for the men to sponsor such a bill?
So for esoteric to even say Sapo land, or grower land, or crew land, is to separate people. You see what I'm saying? From Sinoe. It's one Sinoe.
So, but what Senator Chea did that, though? He created the Tajo one county, or statutory district on Taylor. So it's not considered division. Why did he campaign for that?
Is that considered Sapo land, or is that considered Sinoe?
It's considered Tajo one. It's not Sinoe or Sopa. It's part of Sinoe, but it's called Tajo one statutory district. And so the same thing, you have Sincon, you have Sincon statutory district.
Is the statutory district within the boundaries of Sinoe, or how can you take something when it's already part of you?
Yeah, because you have
if your body part is part of you, I cannot take it. It's already there. Right. So even if I reposition it, that does not mean I'm taking it. No, I'm not. You see what I'm saying? It's still a part of the whole. That's all it is. So, but to think is the reverse psychology. To think now to say, oh, this is a Sapo land, and this is a crew land, and this is a Gribble land. No, that's playing part of the divisive politics within our
Richard
people.
Richard, theoretically you sound right, but practically the analysis you gave is erroneous. Right now you cannot go and take Broad Diala, for example, and put it in Grand Jeddah County for the Nima people to be okay with that. You cannot take, let's just say, for example, let's say Grand Basso and start putting the land from Sado County and putting Grand Basso for the Basso people to own that land, and you say that is because it's part of Liberia, so certain portion of the region can take certain people's land. Why it is true that let me land. Why it is true that we are all in Liberia, there are certain lands in the county or in the country where Dano's parents are from, and they give it to Dano. For Dano land to be taken and put in certain region for certain people to dwell on it, it would not be fair to Dano. And so it's the same campaign that Senator Chea is saying that certain region in the Planamabo region is for the Tajowan people, and therefore you should take that land to give it to the Tajowan people, which Zaza, other guys are saying is not right. But you are saying because it's all part of Sano, so it should be done.
I can understand when Rivers is encroaching on Sancoin, for instance. I can understand when Rivers is encroaching on Sancoin, and then how they call it the Sano people come up and say, "Oh, hold up, Rivers says, I know we are in Liberia and all that, but Sancoin is ours." But if you are within the same demarcation, how can I take something from you that is within the same demarcation? It's not possible.
But the same logic you are pushing. The same logic that
Sino is within Sino. It cannot be taken. Taken by whom? Taken by
then why do we have the political demarcation?
No, it is within the same Sino, so it's not taken. But if esoteric is saying, oh, their lands belongs to the Sapo people, that's the divisive politics. We cannot do that. Or if what's his name? TIJ is saying this land belongs to the crew people, we cannot do that. Or let's say the late J. Numbers Law is saying, oh, District 2 belongs to Hadikaya the Grebo people or something like that, then that's dividing Sinoe itself. We are one people, my brother. That will never change. And
that fair argument.
That's what Matthew Zaza is trying to do. And TID has already seen that, and he's like, no, I'm not going to take that from you. And that's the politics that happen.
No, but Dano, the way you are doing the opposite. The guy who has no friend in the county is the guy you are saying is a good guy. So the Dotete is not friend with the late Nagbe. He's not friend with Donkey. He's not friend with the poor manager. He's not friend with the superintendent in the county. The mayor is not friend with Joseph Nagbe. He's not friend with Zaza. But you are saying Zaza, who is not enemy to any other guys, he's a bad guy. So then I'm seeing the biblical philosophy here where Satan did nothing wrong, but Satan is seen as a bad guy, and God is seen as the good guy who did all the evil thing in the Bible. And so this is the same philosophy you are preaching.
I think you are not new to the term, how to call it, tyranny of the majority. You see what I'm saying? Just because you have a bunch of friends or whatever it is and your decisions are bad, that does not make you outstanding. You see what I'm saying? That's why the educated people sat down and say tyranny of the majority. Just because a few group of people, go against one person, that does not make that one person any wrong compared to the group of people. So, my brother, you already know that. It's not something you have to...
Dano, you can try to spin this. I mean, those majority, they are not psychologically impaired to not be after this one guy. If that guy can get on the radio in the middle of COVID-19, instead of educating the people how to save themselves, and then the man is on radio and making allegations against the superintendent, and so the man stole $100,000 that Pastor Brown left in the account, and he said the guy is not a problem, the people hate him. What the majority told him to go on radio and say something like that too, without evidence, and the man is saying, go ahead.
If TJ talks about Lee Nagbe Chea or whatever it is, he has the experience, how to call it, as a former superintendent or whatever, and he knows the in and out workings, how to call it, of that office. So he has the clout, to go ahead and speak on issue relative to that office. You see what I'm saying? Doesn't matter. Corruption is corruption, like you said. You see, the thing is, you want one person to preach about corruption or whatever. In case of Matthew Zaza preaching about corruption with TJ, but when TJ is doing the same, now we say, oh my God. He's attacking our constituents. He's attacking our people. No, he's not being divisive at all. He's speaking the facts. In fact, when they come out, and he can prove it. Look, TJ is not. I mean, TJ is inclined to the ballot politics of Sinoe just as much as Zaza is and the other people. You see what I'm saying? So when he speaks stuff, I know he has evidence to support them. That's the reason why he will come out like that.
Yeah, Richard, if after 4 or 5 months we cannot still see the evidence, then you are making bogus allegations. And that's what the guy has been doing. Everything Senator TJ has said, he has not adduced any evidence. So the radical distinction between Zaza and TJ is Zaza adduced evidence, TJ will take it to court, and the court affirmed that he bypassed the law. So Zaza is credible.
Let me go back to something that you said relative to TJ being gang up against. You see, this guy has led the Legislative Caucus, even though people did not like him. All those people you say gang up, against him, or they don't like him, they despise him, or whatever it is, they will still turn around and recognize the truth and still make him leader of the same Legislative Caucus that we're talking about. So what does that tell you? You see, it confirms the idea that this person knows exactly what he's doing, and even the people under him reckon with that, and that's the reason why they keep making him the leader. And even the whole of Sinoe recognize that. It's not just people that is electing as senator of the county. It's Sapo people as well as Grebo people as well. You see what I'm saying? So when he sees that people are only trying to play politics, sectarian politics or whatever it is relative to just, their tribes, men or whatever, he's going to stand against that. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Dano, the lawmaker has the right to defend the people. Granted. But my argument here is you cannot make an allegation against somebody as a lawmaker without evidence to substantiate the veracity of what you are saying. then it makes you to look weird. And besides that, hold on, let me end my talk. I just made you to talk. Hold on, let me talk. So, are you also saying that it's because Senator Chea loves Sinoe County, that's why he took himself from the caucus? Is it the people didn't go after him? And the man wrote a letter and terminated his service from the caucus. Is that because the people hate him? That's why he left?
Well, this is why I would speak though. When Judge Weah appointed Lee Nagbe Chea or whatever it is as superintendent of the county, come 2018, he knew that he was well versed, ready or whatever to assume that position, and that's the reason why he gave him that position to in the first place. The thing is, Lee is not an educated person. He knows the processes in Liberia, and he knows what to do. If he feels like Chea is not providing evidence or whatever to substantiate his claim, he can take Chea to court, and let's see whether or not the evidence will not come out. How can you give evidence to something if somebody has not even made the first move? I would just tell you exactly what you did, and if you feel like it's wrong, you take me to court and see whether or not provide evidence, and that's what's going on here.
Well, the brother is not on the superintendent. But let me give you another example. Is it because of tribal relation that Senator Chea is pursuing the pool manager to remove him? What is referring to by the pool manager? What did he do that Senator Chea is pursuing? What did the 46 people in Tayo that Senator Chea took from payroll, what did they do wrong?
In Liberia, the politics in Liberia is that simple. It looks childish, but that's exactly what it is. If I come to power tomorrow and become a senator of Sinoe, I have people behind me or whatever that I have to employ. It has nothing to do with whether you are from Sapo or whether you are Crew or whether you are Grewo. I'm going to go with people that support my campaign, and I want to give those people jobs. And if Chea is doing that, many Liberians have done it. Imagine, even up to the highest level in terms of Judge Weah. He has done it with Kuji, even though he's not even qualified for the position. They made him say the mayor. So can you imagine, all appointments in Liberia are based on that. If you support me, even in the U.S., the same thing happened here. If you support my campaign after X amount of time, I'm going to find ways, I will move heaven and hell to go ahead and give you a job. So whoever that is appointed, whether it be a Sapo or Crew at the port, should not look at it on a tribal basis. And that's the thing that
Dano, you can't go into. I'll give you a practical example.
That's the kind of politics Mafi Zaza is trying to play to make it look like, oh, look at him, he's removing our son from this position, or he's removing our sons and daughters from this position. No. The mayor is trying to look for position for the people that supported his campaign. Even if Zaza becomes senator tomorrow, he will do the same thing. He's
a lawmaker. He hasn't removed anybody. But what I'm saying, the point I'm trying to make here, and you keep going to try. Hold on.
I don't think Zaza appoints Chea's people when he becomes lawmaker. He appoints the same people that help him get there in the first place, and that's what I'm trying to tell you.
The 46 people, the 46. Yeah, go ahead.
If Chea has the biggest political chip in Sinoe, and he feels like he has the power to remove certain people to put his people that supported him, that's exactly what he's doing. Even though I don't support that, but that's the politics of Liberia, that how it's always been.
The 46 people that were removed from payroll in Tajuwan, and the Chea removed them, and Zaza put them back. They are not Sapo people. They are people from Tajuwan. But this thing they are saying as that's not called. Before Dano removes somebody from the job, you should have good reason, got to have some evidence, tell us what the person did wrong. And it shouldn't be on political. Hold on. You are talking about politics and politics, but you are saying it's okay for Senator Chea to move somebody on political grounds. So then you are contradicting yourself, comrade.
I'm not contradicting myself. I will tell you the same thing again. Like I told you earlier, there's a reason why 2 years ago people want to go have meeting in Bamako, Mali. Like Liberia was not big enough. You see what I'm saying? It was based off of the same things. Like, oh, my brother, before you appoint somebody or make any decision or whatever it is, let it meet the general consensus of the whole body, before people can go ahead and be appointed to certain position. People should not just be handpicking people and appointing them to positions here and there. You see what I'm saying? These were some of the discussions that were had in Bamako, Mali, or whatever. And still, when they came back, that thing changed. Because why? People on the other side decided to work alone. Like, say, for instance, that's how I decided to work along with Nagbe or whatever. When the people had an agreement, like nobody works with this person right now because why? How to call it, for time indefinite, he's suspended, blah blah blah, and he went and did that, unilaterally. So in the end, that same thing keeps going back over and over, even into 2020.
You said somebody did something unilaterally, unilaterally, right? All right, but Dano, can you give me one example, one or two things that Senator Teji has done wrong?
In Sinoe County?
Sinoe, Liberia, or wherever. One or two things that he has done wrong.
Well, like any human being, there's nobody is infallible. How to call it, the mistakes and stuff like that. We all err. But the thing is, if we are being political or whatever with everything, then it's hard and it's clear, it's not even clear, to not be able to see how to call it things that's supposed to help our country or our county or whatever it is. And that's it. If you say, if you ask me, I would rather say, working across the aisle is a very good thing for anybody, for that matter. Even if it's not in politics, even if it's on this show, we still have to, agree upon certain things and disagree upon certain things. You see? So if people don't choose to work with you too, at the same time, it can become a problem. So he's not just an impediment or whatever to any kind of growth or development in the country, because how to call it, he's not trying to have consultation or conversations with certain people, but working with other people will probably serve him well. But those people have to be willing to work with him as well. You see it? So I think that's the only wrong I'm seeing, how to call it, from both ends, how to call it, in Sinoe County. And it's not only just hurting how to call it, or their camaraderie that they have between them. Is hurting the greater majority of the Sinoe people in general.
Okay, but you pointed out growth and development, and you say Senator Teji is not hurting that. The man who you just told you yourself set into 4 projects, and the man who did 3. But that is not hurting growth and development. You did not. Hold on now. You just spoke. Let me get my time. Let's talk one at a time, please. You didn't speak to that. It's okay. Senator Teji, it helps growth and development in the county when he took the Equatorial Power Company from there. He started a land dispute between the Sakwa people and the Tanyawan people. As a result, the company was forced to leave. That hurts development because the people were employed and hundreds of people were taken from payroll because of the company departure. So it hurts the county. It does not hurt Zaza. It does not hurt Teji. It does not hurt Ducky. It hurts the people that were employed that have to send their children to school, and because the lawmaker did not find a way, like you rightly said, he cannot work with people, and so because of that, he started a tribal fight, and the people left. So it hurts the county. So what Dano said, this is the only problem he saw with the Teji is not the corruption. Is that the fact that you were declared guilty for corruption? Is that the fact that you're going after all the people you took for the set for payroll? But the only thing you saw, the mentions were across the aisle. So then you are creating the Superman who is perfect. Basically, that's what you're telling us.
In as much as the Sinoe people think he's perfect, I think those allegations came out when he was a superintendent running, how to call it, for Senate in Sinoe County. If the people in Sinoe County don't see it any differently, and they see it as how to call it, Teji being the man for the people and being the person for the job or whatever, and the appointee, how can I see that any differently? You see what I'm saying? So Teji, is well inclined to the politics of how to call it, Sinoe. Like I said, look, in politics, my brother, once you chose to hurt me, I don't care what kind of project you are bringing in. You see what I'm saying? It can be, how to call it, a mega million project or whatever. And if it's not going to benefit the people, and I own the political chip in this county, I can go ahead and divert that, how to call it, that project, or I can derail that project, or I can tell that project, say, no, it is not good enough for my people and stuff like that, in keeping with how to call it, the superintendent of the county. You seen it? So it's not just a one-person thing. I know that decision was holistic. It had everything to do with other people too on the table. It's not just a Teji thing. It's not a unilateral decision by Teji to say, oh, we don't want this company here. I want to believe even the people that the company tried to serve or whatever, prior did not like the idea, even though people were employed. It doesn't mean because, what's the best example for this? It doesn't mean because a company is poorly performing or how they call it, or doing things. Say a company come to Sinoe today and they are digging gold, and the gold is creating pollution or whatever it is in the waters. You see anybody employing hundreds of thousands of people? You see what I'm saying? Instead of all helping to streamline that stuff and making sure that everything works well, we don't do that, and then
that wasn't the case though. That wasn't the case. So the example is off. That wasn't the case.
Classic case in point, Firestone in Liberia. The tapping rubber and or latex stuff going all in the water, killing people and killing animals and killing fish. You see what I'm saying? They either had to fix the problem or they had to leave. You see, so in the case that you're speaking, when we talk about political positions or whatever, and money is going in the pocket of Zaza and all the other people and Creighton Duncan or whatever it is from that company or whatever, you're gonna find a way to hurt that political opponent so they can't gain or ground on you moving forward, and that's exactly what's happening here.
No, that is not the case. That's why you want us to believe. But let me make something clear here. You said that the people of Sinoe County, the laws of the Territory, and that is not the case. When we look at the record in the county, especially with election, if we look at, for example, Boyka, Senator Teji supported Boyka to be the president of Liberia. George Weah beat him, all right? Senator Teji supported Kolo to be the representative to replace Zaza. Zaza beat him. I mean, I can go on and on. People that he supported that did not succeed. So it tells you that the B52 narrative that you are pushing is not working. Control was supported by Senator Teji. He was beaten by Augustine Chea, and we can go on and on. So this is a false narrative that you guys are pushing. That Senator Teji is the B, but actually it's not B52 in Sinoe.
I will come back to say this again. I think the same thing has happened before. With John Weah in Maserado, for instance, where he put John Weah hand up and he got beaten. And there are few people in Liberia that people can put their hand up even in their strongest hole and they still beat them. Those things happen. It's not unique to Sinoe County. And the thing is, Liberia politics is such that love trumps putting somebody hand up. Josh Weah can go to Maserado today and go against Cummings and win easily in Maserado compared to you putting T5 hand up and whatever against DeLon. It's a whole different thing. You see what I'm saying? That's a whole different politics in Liberia, and that's how it's always been. So the B52 narrative is the same thing as in Nima. Who's going to be beating Prince Johnson there? But Prince Johnson can lift somebody's hand up, and that person's going to get really beating in that county. It can happen. People love you.
It hasn't happened yet.
He pull up, and I just gave you an example of the Maserado with John Weah.
Yeah, but Dano, the mistake you are making, we are talking about the repetition of success. In the case of George Weah, it was one time, but we are talking about
is a personal status.
Okay. All right, then that's fair enough.
It's not something relative to look. You can put TJ against anybody in Sinoe County right now. He will beat them again because the people consider him as the man in Sinoe County, and
No, but the one thing that is not working. The history you are looking at is not working. And the only reason is there is because of the time. The people of Sinoe County, who is Sinoe County, with the exception of Comrade Donald Richard, that will support him.
To say that when his time lapsed and the next term and he running for another this time will be 7 more years if that thing gets confirmed, he's going to lose. Is that what he's saying?
Absolutely. I can tell you with confidence 2023 Senator Teji is out.
That's their dream. Who are you putting in place?
Zaza is going to beat him. I can tell you for sure.
Zaza is trying to run with Sapo to create a Sapo County.
No, that's not the case. I mean, you are making that narrative. You are pushing that. That's not what we have been doing.
I hope he integrate the people instead of trying to instead of trying to remove them and say, oh, let's create our own county, because that's the only time Zaza will ever become the B-52 of any county, is for him to separate our people, our Sapo people, and move them to their own county. And that would not work because of the integration that is happening in terms of marriages, the common marriages that we have, the common laws and the common traditions we have. Those are long-lasting and will never happen.
Yeah, but that, again, this is the weak political point that you guys are pushing, and it's not going to work. That's the narrative you try to paint, but it's not working inside of what we are looking at here right now. When we look at the record of the two guys, Zaza is working in concert with Clayton Duncan, no issue. Zaza is working with the Supreme Court Justice, no issue. You know, Zaza is working with all the local leaders, no issue. But the man that you say you for unity, who the people love, he's not free with anybody in the county, even the local leaders. So I would say that you're going to pin the narrative that is a false narrative, you want to make it positive. It's not working, comrade.
If we were to as to who we need as X, Y, Z or whatever, and the people decide to pick you, that means how they call it, they love you, they care about you, they need you, and they feel like you can do the job, you know, to their utmost ability and stuff like that. And that's the reason why they will show it through the ballot boxes. I don't care how many people Zaza how many hands Zaza raised in one election in Sinoe, he will still not be the B-52 in Sinoe. And the thing about working across the aisle requires two people. It's like a marriage. You see what I'm saying? It requires two people in a marriage for something to work. You see, it's either they're working along with him and not trying to alienate him or push him on the side, and he working in concert with them as well. And that's the place where both of them are being charged in this regard. And I will say that again and again and again. You see it? But here's the solution to that. You know, to mitigate all this, it requires removing the name Legislative Caucus and creating a new framework that incorporates female into the discussion. You know, how to call it, our editors, people into the discussion. Then it will not just benefit the TH's pocket, it will not just benefit the Zaza's pocket, it will not just benefit Clayton Duncan pocket, it will not just benefit Lee Chea pocket, it will benefit the people of Sinoe if we have done that.
Yeah, but Dana, changing the title does not change TJ. TJ will be who he is. Why don't you change all the name and bring a new name? TJ will still be the corrupt man in Sinoe. You will still remain hold on now, you just spoke. Let me talk, comrade. You remain the only lawmaker in Sinoe County who was declared guilty for corruption. He still remains the only man who was isolated in the county. I mean, he still remains somebody who took, for the sake of our people from payroll, he still remains somebody who went after Sonnyboy Noah for no reason, the man who went after the superintendent for no reason, the man who said Prosper Brown should not be a superintendent because he's not a Sapo, he's not a Jipo man. I mean, we can go on and on, you know. So the argument that you are trying to push is not working. The people don't want Senator Teddy.
If they don't want Senator, okay, this is a argument, my brother.
So can I ask Dana one question?
Right.
I just want to ask you a question. So because I was listening, I'm not too abreast with the whole sound of politics, but I was listening, and then you said when he asked you name two things that midterm TJ has done wrong or is not doing right. And the only thing I heard you, maybe when I got off, you said something else. But the only thing I heard before my phone died was he's not getting along party lines with other people. He's not working across the aisle. So with all these allegations of corruption and everything, are you denying that he hasn't corrupted anything or there's no allegation? Let me just, are you denying there's no allegation at all?
Yeah, what I am saying to that fact is, there are systems in place. How to call it? We have a judicial system or whatever it is to review most of the allegation that has been levied against TJ. You see what I'm saying? And the fact that we had the 14 judicial circuit court or whatever it is in Riverside that have already investigated this matter. And Esoteric knows about this, clearly that they have investigated this matter and how they were able to bring their findings, and TJ was able to pay $50,000. Why are we still holding on to this as the only reason, as to why things are not working? And maybe this is what causing all these little confusion between the parties and stuff like that. And when I speak about working across the aisle, it is not just contingent on TJ alone to do that. It is a bipartisan effort. That means the other people on the other side as well, they have to come back, to the table as well and wanting to work with him. You cannot just complain and say, oh, that guy don't like to work with people. That guy don't like to work with people. What are you doing to work with him?
Right. So you agree that he was prosecuted by some team or some,
the 14th Judicial Circuit Court.
And he was found guilty, so he paid fine of 200 and something. You said
it is not. It is not.
You agree? I just want
It's not the issue of me agreeing. It is the issue of that people try to throw you under the bus. And anytime I try to throw you under the bus and bring about allegations or whatever, we have system in place to investigate those allegations. You see what I'm saying? And the LSCC through the courts or whatever it is, took it to the 14th Circuit Court, like I said earlier, and they were able to come up with their own findings, and in the end, the fines that were supposed to be paid was paid. But
so
the thing is, now still trying to push it that you go ahead and criminalize this and do that and do this and all that stuff, and that stuff is not even working.
So he was guilty
from that, because that thing gonna make sounded to be much divided, and it's wrong.
I understand that, but what I'm trying to get here, so he was guilty, and they told him to pay fine. Because that's the only way I would see why they would fine him. If he wasn't guilty, they wouldn't fine him. And for everything we've been preaching about Judge Weah government, now I'm coming back to Judge Weah. The 50 billion, 25 million. There were people that were set out to investigate this, and he called international people, and you say the Mango, somehow. So you want now to Mango. So TJ now is Mango in the other one. So we shouldn't criminalize. We shouldn't talk about it. I mean, if he a corrupt person, I'm sorry. Corruption it should be one of the big things. Because I know you say, oh, Jawia did this good. He made free education. He did that, but you still don't think he should be re-elected. But a man who was found guilty, from what I'm hearing from this circuit court, and they find him, but you are advocating on his behalf. So I see some disconnect there.
Yeah, my thing here is like I said, let's go back to Liberian politics, for instance, in Sinoe. The thing is, if you have a situation like people bringing up allegations or whatever against you, like I said, we have systems in place, that are there. They just need to be implemented. You see what I'm saying? The fact that they took TJ to the 14th Circuit Court, and all the allegations and Esoteric should know this as well. All the allegations that Zaza and the likes were trying to bring against TJ were not, what TJ were found guilty for as well. You see what I'm saying? They are the one trying to preach that kind of politics, because why? It's going to bring about political power for them. It's going to bring about separatist behavior or whatever it is that's going to make our Sapo people walk away. That's going to make our Crew divided from the Grow people and all that kind of stuff. And that stuff is not going to work. You see? Stick to what has happened in the court and stop trying to make it more more egregious or something like that. And that's not what happened. And even the court in River says knew that it was not that egregious, and that's the reason why they didn't criminalize anything that TJ did in Sinoe, and that's it.
But they find him though. The thing about it is, in Liberia as a whole,
for corruption, none of these guys for certain charges. But it was not as egregious that as Nagbe wanted, as Zaza wanted, and all that stuff. No,
but at least they found him for something, according to you. Because I'm not aware of that. I wasn't aware of that prior to this show. But you just said, according to you, admitted that he was a fine for something. And if you're fined for something now, when it comes to the criminal aspect of it, how many Liberian politicians are corrupt that they carried into criminal code? Like, we all know it, the laws are there, but we're not enforcing the law. But the fact that they fine him is enough to tell us that, he was guilty.
Okay, I'll make this emphatically clear. They didn't fine him for corruption, at the degree, at the degree, what's his name, Zaza and Nagbe, and even Creton Donkey and all those people are trying to push for.
But the degree doesn't matter, though. The degree doesn't matter.
Or whatever it is,
does not matter, though.
And they realize, like, okay, these findings need to be taken care of, and this is the level of punishment that you're going to receive for that, which are $50,000. It's well documented with the LSCC and everything, and GSC has it.
$50,000 United States dollar.
He said, holistically, he was found for corruption, and he's charged on corruption charges. No way, it's not that.
So it doesn't matter the degree. Corruption or corruption. When you corrupt $5, you corrupt 20,000 million. It's the same corruption. So Zaza then were hoping that he get penalized, maybe more. It doesn't matter what kind of punishment they gave him. What I did for you to be clear.
Can I come in?
Agree.
Come here,
the comrade is not, he's not honest to the people of Sinoe County. But first, hold on, let me be clear first. First thing, that we have to make clear here, I have challenged Comrade Dino Riches, the COS of Senator Teje, and all the office staff to give her evidence of Senator Teje's payment. He hasn't paid the $50,000 yet. No document to that effect. I have the LSC, the code right here with me on my bullshit right now. I can grab it. You know what it says? It says that you have to pay the $50,000 United States dollar within 9 months. No, within 9 months.
Okay, within 9 months. Okay, within 9 months.
Within that, hold on. In the 9 months, he did not pay the money. You know why he did not pay? It's because the laws in the country or the enforcement in the country is toothless. The people don't go after people. And that laws in the TJ is still around. All right? Let me make my last point before you cut me. Let me make my last point, please. The mayor is saying the mayor did not do anything egregious. First of all, that point is once in the TJ were declared guilty. The people said he bypassed the LSCC and GST laws. All right, so a circumvention of the law. The man went around the law. This is the man who was the superintendent for our county that was supposed to go by the law. He went around the law just to steal. Imagine that. And Comrade is telling us, Comrade Richard is telling us that is not egregious. If this is not egregious, then tell me what is egregious. The man went around the law just so that he can make our people poor, so that he can use our resources to build his own what I call prostitution edifice. They call it motel, to build his personal radio station, to build personal houses for himself. But Comrade is saying this is not egregious. If this is not egregious, I want you to tell me.
Okay, I think what is more egregious is for a president to hit a power within 6 months to build 47 houses.
That's a detour from the topic. It's a detour for what I just said. You're not responding to me.
You didn't respond to the You're trying to bypass the question, the topic.
I think that feels if Hadicoya ministers are building houses overnight or whatever it is that don't meet the standard of $7,500 a month, that's egregious. That's hurting the whole country even more. Look, let me tell you, my brother, Hadicoya corruption is a Liberian thing. It's the system that needs to be Hadicoya or put in place, and Hadicoya, we got to follow it to the teeth or whatever and implement those systems. And like I said, it always starts from the top. That's the reason why I go straight to Judge Weah when you made that comment. You seen it? If the top is not doing it, what will make you think you can hold the bottom? You seen it? So let the top go ahead and make the Hadicoya necessary change, and even the system is going to follow. If you Hadicoya is the 14th judicial court or whatever, and you tell somebody to pay $50,000, and you fear within the law that Hadicoya, the person went against all odds. don't you have arrest warrants and all this stuff to go ahead and grab that person and put him in jail? Why hasn't it happened since 9 months? Since the 9 months period that they put down? That
I just tell you the law is toothless. The people are not enforcing the law.
That in itself is corruption. You see what I'm saying? That in itself is corruption.
Because maybe THA pays something to somebody somewhere that I say.
That is
absolutely. It's a possibility.
You know, if you had to call yourself, at the pleasure of the people, at the representative, like Zaza is District Number 3. You see what I'm saying? And he could put it on the floor like, oh, let's put a bill here to make THA pay for all these charges or whatever, instead of just causing noise in Sinoe. He could have done that as well. He has not done that. So he's aiding and embedding corruption as well. Everybody is corrupt. The whole system is corrupt. You cannot
okay.
one person.
So THJ, everybody is corrupt. Now I will agree with you. I just wanted you to be consistent when you talk about the president, and then when it came down to THJ, you were like this. You didn't want to just say it. I just wanted you to be consistent.
I'm not THJ's spokesperson, but when it comes to fairness or whatever it is, in facts, they need to be stated, and that's it.
Okay, can I come in, please? I want to be voice of Sinoe. I'm here to defend my people of Sinoe County. The Congress indicted the people of Sinoe County, by extension, the people of Liberia. He said everybody is corrupt. And the last time I checked,
politically,
I mean, whether you want to put it politically or not, the old man in the village, the papa in the village, the little boy who is trying to get food on the table, he did not steal anything. He did not run any politics. You know, so to tell me the 16 billion, for example, that we were talking about, no old man in the village participated in that. No little boy who is grappling with Kwashiako right now participated in that. You know, so for Donald Richard to come tell me everybody in Sinoe County or in Liberia, they are corrupt people, that is not true. Let me tell you, Pauline, the people that are corrupt. Let me finish my talk. The people that are corrupt in the THJ is corrupt. And you say corruption is a Liberian thing, no, it's a THJ thing. Corruption is a THJ thing. Corruption is all those guys that still Romeo Kuya thing. Corruption is all those guys that were mentioned in the LACC and GSC report, that their thing. It's not Liberian thing. So we have to make that clear to the Congress here. Indicting people in the absence of evidence is not justice. So that's why the guys go indicting people without getting your evidence. But the guy who was declared guilty with evidence, he's not acknowledging that. He's sweeping about the wayside.
Can I just come in? Can I come in? What's his name? Richard, when he said the people of Liberia, I think I kind of side with him because I think he means politically, right?
No, I will answer that question.
Okay, hold on, the politician. So my question now is to Exoteric. Oh, I hear a lot of feedback. Is to you know Senator Zaz, the representative? He's part of the law-making body, right? Like, what has he put in place? Like he was saying, Richard is saying, but Zaza is part of this whole thing for them to make sure to enforce, I guess, the laws and then get the person accountable. So what are they doing to make sure these things are started by THA or whoever?
Okay, let me give you an example. Zaza wrote a bill called claiming government expenditure and payroll party. I'm not saying maybe I'm not saying the word for word, but he sponsored a bill to clean government expenditure. You know, meaning that there are people Dano people, like Senator Teje, they put their ghosts, they call them ghosts, they got on payroll. So Senator Teje is saying, that's Senator Teje, Honorable Zaza is saying, for example, that get the people from payroll. And Senator Teje is saying, no, because I'm getting eating from these people. So they can't be on payroll, they can be removed from payroll. And that is why in Tajuan, the people, the 46 president that were there on payroll, they were not giving tip. And so you remove them to bring your own people. So that they, at the end of the month, so they can gain something on the side. And these are things Mr. Zaza is fighting against. Tell me, Daniel cannot tell me what bill that's going to take a sponsor. This is the man who sponsored a bill to make rape available in the country. Imagine. To make rape available when people rape the little girls so they can pay money to the court and go free. That's a man Daniel is supporting.
Paulie, like I said earlier, I'm not the mouthpiece for TJ neither how to call it, am I the spokesman for TJ? But I will speak to my people of Sinoe. I will tell you how to call it emphatically clear. You know, that statement from esoteric that how to call it, my Sinoe people or whatever it is are corrupt. It's not how to call it the actual statement. The actual statement was that how to call it, if the whole Liberian system in itself is corrupt, the system. You see, there's a difference between system and people. You know, system means policies. You know, policies that are put in place, if they are not being followed, that's corruption itself. Corruption does not just mean taking money from how to call it from our people, you know, staffing their resources, or how to call it, money laundering their money. That's not what corruption is alone. Corruption means if the systems that are put in place are flawed, if the systems that are put, and that's what I say, if the systems that are put in place are flawed, you know, and they are not helping our people, that's corruption in itself. You see, and there is nobody in Sinoe County or in Monrovia or in the whole of Liberia that can say our system works for how to call it the common person, you know, like I alluded to Oman Tenen, you know, how to call it, or how to call it the Oman, or how to call it the podium person that my brother was talking about. You know, there is nobody in Liberia, even blind. The blind person can even see that the system does not work for the for every one of us. It's something that needs to be changed. You know, that is something that how to call it, that needs political will and political power from the very top, like George Weah, you know, who's the current president, to go ahead and streamline these things, or at least put his foot down. You know, in all essence, how to call it, the guy just get there. The only thing he does is bluff and show. You know, he builds his own building because why? He already lost all the money that he's supposed to have, and the corruption that is there is started from the top. It always starts from the top. You see, and once that corruption is starting from the top, even those at the bottom level, even in Sinoe County, will be affected from that same very corruption. You see, so how it started from the top, you know, and it's been checked or checkmate, will not be talking TIJ conversation, because to bring TIJ is what we call, you know, in our local, you know, saying is pulling rope and rope going to pull bush. You see, and that's all it is. And we are all, you know, how to call it, active participants in it. And how to call it, my brother Eric should, esoteric should not even limit it to a Sinoe. That would not be, you know, the right conversation to have at all.
So then, you want to come in?
No, you can come in. You know, I agree. It's a system that I agree with him. It's a system.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You see, that's something I can also agree with. There is a system problem, but here is it, Paulia. The system has a problem. And we have a political Gandhi inside the country who is trying to correct the problem in the system, but Dano is saying, no, you should not do it. So the mayor is saying, for example, I'll give you another example, Paulia. I told you the example, for example, to get people from ghosts from payroll. In Congress in Liberia, the Speaker of the House constituted a team and put Mr. Zaza in charge to investigate the Senate or the lawmakers, you know, people with the same payroll stuff. They put in on a committee and he disclosed over 100 people that are on payroll that are not supposed to be on payroll. Guess what? They are not doing anything. So when the mayor does a job, as called enforcement of the law, the enforcement arm is lacking. You know, so the mayor has been making effort to get things on path, on the correct path. But, you know, when you're making effort, if you have voices like Paulia and Dano and other guys coming on board and support this disaster, that will be your boss. But when you're making this effort to correct the glitch, I take that word, but it's not a glitch. It's a huge, gigantic demon in the system. It's a gigantic demon. Yeah, that is eating the people up. And the man is fighting to get rid of it. And my good friend is saying, you know what? Zaza is pretty troublesome. No, it has nothing to do with travel here.
I think esoteric is speaking, you know, my political views here. When I first started the conversation, if you're following the disco here, I said that, you know, we have systems and policies in place. It's implementation that is causing the problem. You see what I'm saying? So whether Zaza created laws, there were more senators and representatives, you know, before Zaza that created laws or whatever it is that are still on the book. I think that's why I've said since the inception of the conversation we've been having here, you know, but it's the implementation that matters. So one person pushing stuff, or one person saying this, or whatever it is, or one person pinning something down, that does not mean that how the credit is going to get implemented. And for it to be implemented, it has to start from the top. And my brother, we are in you are in the strategic position as CDC. You are the head right now running things, and we are still seeing corruption at the very top. Imagine within 6 months somebody paying for the 7 houses and building church and building mansions. Just within the course of 1 year. Imagine that, 6 months to a year. You already did that. Where that money come from? Can Jowiah account for that? No, it's not even close to his salary, which is about $2 to $3 million. It's not close to his salary. You see, all of this is all corruption. It's all systemic, and the heads are not willing to deal with it. But to go ahead and hold one person foot to the fire and say, we will not touch the top, but we can go right in the middle or go at the bottom and pull this one, then that is not being fair to the people. And to use sectarian politics. Sectarian politics means you divide the people into sects and say, TJ took our land. Which land is our? Sapo land is Sinoe land. It's within the demarcation of Sinoe. So this kind of politics that esoteric is preaching to our Sinoe people is divisive. It needs to stop. That's the same kind of politics that Zaza has been preaching for years, and this divisive politics is not going to help us. The only thing it's going to lead to is Zaza being a B42 in Sapo County. And we cannot allow that to happen, because while our people are already integrated, we are one people, and that's how it's going to be.
When you talk about
the only way Zaza can ever move forward to becoming something greater than the representative, in District 3 that he is to work across the aisle. And when he works across the aisle, the people are going to see it. It's not just working across the aisle with your partisans. It's not just working across the aisle with Duncan. It's not just working across the aisle with Nagbe. It's not just working across the aisle with Lee Chea. It's working across the aisle with every unknowns.
When you say working across the aisle, do you mean agree, doing the corruption thing all together? Is that what you say? Working across the aisle? Working across the aisle is important, but I think what is more important is to have a leader who knows that the resources is for the people and not for him to use it for his own business. Now, when you say, Judge Weah, I agree. I totally agree that corruption can be, we should start fighting it from the top. I 100% agree with you on that. However,
what do we differ now?
Senator TJ is also a leader. First of all, Jowiah alone, Jowiah is the president, but you have subdivision. You have a lot of people, even ministers, senators. They are all should be held accountable. You can't just say, just one man, and we don't want to take it at the top, and we don't want to blame one man. Senator TJ is a leader, and he should be held accountable. He should be the one fighting corruption from the top. And now,
the thing, I think Exeter is speaking. Something different. He's saying we should hold certain people accountable and leave certain people and not make them accountable.
No, he's saying I don't want to cut you off, but what I'm hearing is that from you.
If you're going to put TJ, let's put Judge Weah as well. If you're going to put Judge Weah, let's put all the corrupt officials or whatever it is of government that is currently ongoing.
Well, I think you are the one pulling one person, because I agree with you when we started the conversation. I did agree that corruption in Jowiah government. I did not deny that.
No, not even in Jowiah government. Jowiah himself is corrupt.
Okay, so I agree.
In Sinoe County, let's pull Judge Weah as well. As
we have to pull Judge Weah, then we have to pull midterm TJ. That's why I want you to agree that midterm TJ is corrupt as well.
I think we're stating the same thing. That sounds like agreement.
No, because you pull Judge Weah, but you don't want to pull midterm TJ. That's why I'm getting
as long as it's not one-sided and you're trying to pull one person and leave the other person out, then that would be like aiding and abetting corruption.
I think you are trying to pull one person and leave the other person out, though. I think that's what I'm getting from you.
I think esoteric speak to the fact that we should pull Judge Weah as well on corruption charges or something as well? No?
Yeah, come on. Let me come in on that. Let me come.
The 7,000 financial in the course of 1 year.
Yeah, fair enough. I think that's a fair something that Palia, I've been discussing this, and she's a sedition. I'm not, and that's what I do is I look at the issue.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I look at the issue objectively. So I would give Jovia positives and point out his negatives. Yes, Donald. The president, the construction or the erection of those buildings, they should be investigated and let the president face the law. That I support. Now, you are talking about we should start from the top. The last time I checked, we got 3 branches of government in Liberia. And one of the branches is called the legislators, those guys that make the laws. And one of the guys from our county or from the country, he was declared guilty. So it's fighting corruption from the top. It's not bottom, Senator Teddy is not man at the bottom. And so we are fighting the corruption from the top, but now you are saying no. That's how it's going after Teddy erroneously. I mean, but then we have avalanche and preponderance of evidence to back what we are saying. But then he's saying we should fight it from the top, but we're fighting it from the top. And he said, no, we should go after Jovia. Okay, let's start from the judiciary first, or the lawmaking. Let's start from maybe the legislators, and then we'll go to the other branches of government. We can't do it simultaneously because we have resources.
I understand there are 3 equal branches of government or whatever it is, and one of these branches will be the legislature. I understand that, but who is more powerful in the land, especially when it comes to Liberia? If we start the fight of corruption from the president, which one is going to carry more precedent? Is that using a senator from the largest county or whatever it is, or the nation's president? Which one is going to carry more weight? You see what I'm saying? So if we start from the top, when I meant from the top, I meant let the buck start with the president. You see what I'm saying? Let it start with the president. In other words, the president should be accountable for certain things. If we can start there, every other branches of government, then we can look into that.
But when they investigate the president, he's found guilty. But your man was found guilty and you're fine.
We're going to deal with TRJ and the likes or whatever, for corruption charges. Is to pick and choose corruption, and you don't want to do that because it's still going to bring about the same systemic problems that we've been talking about from the start.
All right, so Palia, Dana, this is a fascinating discussion. I love it. Hopefully, maybe I can make a special show for my man and add to also debate. Palia, you can be the middle person, so we can debate the politics of Sinoe. But brother, been on for a while. Even though we talk about implementation, and then we try to implement the law, and then he has problem with that. Okay, he says Zaza should walk across the aisle. Zaza has been walking across the aisle. Zaza is working with all the leaders, even the various sections in the county. Imagine Zaza will try to go to Tayowa during the campaign. Guess what? Senator Teja sent men to black the men. So he can't go to men. When he did also, when he won in 2017, there's a group from Campbelltown supported by Senator Teja. The guys went and while Mr. Zaza people were jubilating, they went and attacked their fellow citizens. Killed one guy, and right now one guy they call him Magnum is blind today. They burst the guy eye. You see, that's how diabolical the supporters of Donald Richie, Senator Teja group. That's how diabolical they are. Guess what? When they did that to Zaza, you know what he did? He organized a reconciliation commission. The guy did not come to me. He went to the people. He said, you know what? You did not vote for me. Even though you killed one of my supporters, you burst one of your brothers or eyes. I'm here so we can work together because I'm still your leader. But the man says Zaza is not reaching across the aisle. Imagine this. Somebody kill your supporter, burst the person's eye, and you come to the people, you organize a reconciliation meeting or section or program so that we can come together. This is the man we need in the county. The man who is working all around with all the lawmakers, the local leaders. That is not the case with Senator Teja. Senator Teja fired himself from the Congress. Imagine. He said, you know what? You supported me. You made me lawmaker. All that matters is I got 9 years. I don't get time for you. I'm by myself. So, you know why you call the caucus? You know, the people of South County caucus, the people that they elected, you say, what? They amount to nothing. This is a man that Donald is saying is the right man for our people. He insulted the people themselves by instructing their representatives.
Let me come in there.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna have to leave you. I gotta leave you, guys. It's been 4 hours.
Okay.
We are aware, like I declare in Liberia, one of the biggest political blocks that we have is Maserado. You see what I'm saying? Maserado and Nimba. Say for instance, you can win almost all the other counties, win them over. You know, if you don't take Nimba or Maserado for you to win an election in Liberia, it's going to be a hard-fought effort. It will never happen if possible. You see what I'm saying? What am I saying? I'm saying this to say that, you know, the biggest political personality in Sinoe County, I think we all can agree, how to call it, in terms of political chip, in other words, support, illiterates, and stuff like that, is Tiaje. He holds that for now until we can move forward. So I don't care if you win all the souls and hearts of all the other representatives around you, and you are pretending that you are working, how to call it, across the aisle, and don't meet or how to call it, don't meet the how to call it, and you are not able to work with the biggest politicians that are how to call it, that we have in the state. You see what I'm saying? Because right now the two biggest politicians that we have in Sinoe is Augustine Chea and how to call it, Tiaje. If you cannot breach those two how to call it, political chips that we have within how to call it, Sinoe County, how can you then say, oh, I'm working along with everybody else, you know, and I'm winning over everybody else, so that should be how to call it, commendable? No, you are just wasting your time. The best thing you can do for yourself, if you want for us to move that county forward, is to work with the biggest political chips that we have right now, which is Augustine Chea and how to call it, Honorable Tiaje. You see it? And Zaza trying to go around that over and over is not going to help his cause. I'm serious. And you know that, and that's the fact.
All right. The only fact I know, Dana, is the biggest, you guys call him B52, it's a B52 of corruption. That I agree, you know, that we can tell for sure. It's a B52 of corruption, it's a B52 of division in the county, it's a B52 of. So I
agree how to call because if you charge somebody for corruption at the level how to call it, that Zaza and the likes, you know, are trying to charge him, and the court can look into it and say, no, he must have done this, but he did not do this. Then, you know, the burden of proof now is on Zaza, and since he cannot come up with that, he's now going across, you know, and trying to play this divisive rhetoric, which I can also hear in your voice saying that, oh, you know, he took the Sapo people land. That needs to stop today. There is no Sapo people land. As long as it's within the demarcation of Sinoe, is Sinoe. It's one Sinoe. And to not preach that is to preach divisive politics. And that's what Zaza has been doing, and it's hurting him. And it's even making Creighton Duncan even better than him as we speak. You know, and this kind of politics is divisive, and it's not going to help our people. We need to find a way to come together. The three political blocks, how to call it, in Sinoe, the Crew people, the Sapo people, and how to call it, the Grower people, need to come together under one umbrella. And the only way that can be done, my brother, is to incorporate how to call it, the elderly, the women voices, even the youth, you know, voices as well in there into the political discourse. It's not just how to call it, when we have issues, that's the only time we should go see our older people, you know, to go ahead and have a resolve. No, it should be incorporated. Remove the legislative caucus thing because it's not working. You know, it seems to be everybody is playing politics, and everybody is playing how to call it, bigotry or whatever it is, and that needs to stop right now. You know, you can incorporate the different district heads, you can incorporate the two senators that we have in there, you know, into the caucus, and we can have that discussion, including the Lee Nagbe Chea. You see it? But all this, you know, divide and conquer thing, it's not going to help us. It's only going to help their pockets. It's not going to help our people, and that's it.
All right, thank you, Richard. Thank you so much. I'm hearing myself. You got on speaker? All right, good. Oh yeah. So excellent discussion. I love that. But as far as we know, inside the county, we have a guy who took our. When you're superintendent, he took our pickup. They gave him money to go buy pickup. He didn't buy that. He put the money when the caucus asking. He said they should take him. They should take him. Well, no, he just spoke. He just spoke. Don't be Trump, man. Don't be Trump when your friend talking. So. The people asking for the pickup money because Prosper Brown came in and they did an audit and then they found out that money was missing. They asked him. The man said, they should take him to the International Criminal Court. All right. He and Romeo Cuya, our Independence Day Fund. The second audit report they did. He and Romeo Cuya, they were indicted for eating the pool money and leaving our county balance of negative 27,000 United States dollars. All the reports are out there. So we know the people that the man trying to use the crew for the 8th section to divide our people. But what I know for sure is the people of Sinoe County, they are together. But this guy is going down. He himself to us when he attacked Dr. Doug, he said, "We are going down." He said that. The recalling that Sonny Noah put out. He said, when we are going down, don't follow us. And so the guy himself knows that he's going down. And so we know the problem in Sinoe County. That being said, let me give you the last word so we can call it a night. Man, you've been on for a while.
Yeah, I don't know if these are parting words. I want to thank your host of Voice of Sinoe. The only thing I just, want to let my Sinoe people know is that we are one people. The Grebo people, the Kru people, and the Sapo people. There is no land issue or whatever it is relative to, this is Sapo land, or this is Kru land, or this is Grebo land. It's Sinoe land. So if Esoteric has been preaching that rhetoric, it needs to stop. If Matthew Zaza has been preaching that rhetoric, and thinking like is a way to gain vote with the Sapo people, it needs to stop. There are smart people within our Sapo communities and stuff. They can see through that. I think some people have voted against that because of that kind of divisive rhetoric. Moving forward, we are one people, my people. That there is no divided Sapo, there is no divided or Kru, there is no divided Grebo. We are one people under the same umbrella. We need to find way, to work together on things we can work together with, despite the political alignments that we have and stuff like that, and despite the positions that we have. And if we do the right thing, all of our people, whether it be a Kru people or Sapo people, whether it be a Grebo people, it does not matter where you're from. They're going to go ahead and vote you. I think some people can see some representatives or whatever it is that are already actively working, within the county. They can see that, it might not be within their district, but they can see the momentum, moving forward. And if in the future that person, either one or man has the aspiration to move our county forward or whatever, the people will be able to look into that and make that decision. But to get on this sectarian divide or whatever, it's not going to work for us. It has not worked for us. It's going to cause chaos and problems. And that's one of the reasons, if you cannot work with somebody, even in marriage, if you can work with them for a very long time and things are not working out, you separate. And maybe that's the reason why TJ has decided, to step aside for the meantime or whatever from the caucus until they can become mature enough to understand that he has one of the biggest political chips as well within the county, and that they need to work with him as well as much as he needs to work with them. It's a two-person thing. It's not just one-person thing. So, if Zaza cannot see that, that he needs to work with TJ, how can TJ then see that he needs to work with Zaza? And all of this is not helping our Sinoe people. It's only helping their pockets. And that's all it is. And helping their political life.
All right, those are good words. Those are good parting words. Thank you so much. What I want to say, go ahead. Go ahead. You were saying something.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Hope this is not the last time. Hope we have more discussions, relative to Sinoe, relative to Liberia. I will be thrilled, anytime you send the invitation.
Sure, I would definitely do that. So, my good friend, a strong point that he then pounded to net dark side put there is pushing division because he says Sapole. Well, if the 15 political subdivision created in Liberia by the lawmakers, if that is considered division, then that Sayopo is divisive. If the lawmakers that created the various statutory district in the county, which cut the various county into different blocks, if those guys are divisive, then that Sayopo is divisive. If you can go down to Senator Teja, who created or Title 1 statutory district in Sinoe County, if Senator Teja by doing that is considered a divisive, then of course that's how you put it divisive. That being said, my good friend, have a wonderful night.
Yeah, just the last word. We understand where Riverside stops. We understand where Refugee stops. We understand where Grand Jita stops. But anything within the demarcation of Sinoe is Sinoe, and that's how I wanted to end it that way.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant night.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Let me see. Okay. All right, guys. Our followers, thanks for joining the I know it's a long discussion on show tonight because it was the Saturday, and that's why we're still on tonight. But that being said, we want to thank you so much and have a pleasant night.